Hello, everyone. Sorry for a late start there. We was waiting for someone to show up, but tonight I am playing as a player, episode 2 of Jinxie the Tabaxi. So let's see if we continue off. We'll be starting here soon, but you're more welcome to chat with me while we.
Alright, so Fred's gonna barbecue some chicken. Give me just a few more minutes to make a few last minute adjustments for tonight. I actually had a couple of great ideas while we were setting up. We'll go ahead and start at 6:20.
So 6:20. That's like 10 minutes. Boop 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 doop doop boop.
What you laughing at, Sean?
I'm just looking at bad memes. That's what I usually do on Twitter. I'm still trying to figure out when what I'm gonna do when the Final Fantasy expansion comes out.
It was pretty special. I haven't seen dank Minecraft memes before. I used to play a lot of Minecraft. Like, I used to be like a mod on this server and stuff. I still have the server, I have a Discord for it now. Because, they just invited me because they know me. But, like, I don't even know the password to my Minecraft now. And I can't recover it because I can't, it won't send the email.
So what you doing out there? Wonderful Twitch world. Still got 10 more minutes till the game actually starts, so I'm just hanging out, doing some stuff and chit-chatting away.
You mean the map is kind of a nice map upstairs?
Not just that, but I don't think I was able to see the HB as like 15/15 last time. I think that's a new touch right there.
Yeah, I fixed that, sorry.
It's not working with some characters, but overall it's working pretty great now. What was the reason we had 2 Garrus, by the way?
I don't know.
What?
Something with how it got imported.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. I mean, you can delete the one that's not being used.
I just don't know
Just
which
make
one
sure
it
you
is.
delete the right one.
Right?
Don't delete the
You
wrong
had that
one.
issue earlier. Yeah, I'm unwilling to delete anything at this point. Hey, there's Fred.
Subrace.
Disappears.
might want to redo Character Mancer, by the way, because it didn't work properly the first time.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes. Go for it.
But I don't know how to do it or to restart the Character Mancer thing.
Hi guys.
Hey, Gareth. As for Character Mancer, go to the cogwheel and click it.
Okay,
Actually, I'll just restart it for you real quick. All right, go for it.
Okay, I see. Launch level 1, Character Mancer cannot be undone. Launch level up. I didn't know it had level up options. What the heck? Hello?
Yep, I just relaunched it on your sheet.
Super.
The only issue is that it doesn't have like some of the races I want to do, like Asimar and stuff like that.
Yeah, those are Volo's Guide to Monsters. I don't have that resource in Roll20. You can add them custom information if you want.
I think that was my hurdle last time. Well, it's okay.
Yeah, they want the extra
Oh yeah,
money for
point buy didn't work properly.
Well, hurry and fill it out.
Let me just shout and scream while I do this. I think it's everything for race proficiencies. Custom features. Light bearer, you know, the light cantrip.
Did anyone go and drop their whole paycheck on Steam yet?
I spent $4. That's all I intend to spend.
I'm not spending anything personally this time.
I looked and I saw, you know, I tried to look for an interesting video game and nothing really looked super interesting.
Nikki's busting her way through Dark Souls right now.
I was so pissed off at that game.
He'll do that to you.
I have never hate raged quit a game before until I played that game.
Did you beat it?
No. I couldn't pass the tutorial.
Ooh.
I bought it, the first one brand new when it came out at GameStop, and the guy was like, "Are you sure you want to buy this? You know, the poster does say prepare to die." I was like, you know what? I'll try it. I thought he was just giving me a hard time because I was a girl. And got home, put it in, couldn't pass the tutorial. I threw it across the room and took it back.
I love it.
He just laughed when I came in the door. He's like, bringing it back. And I was like, yes, take this thing out of my hands.
You know what? If you're ever in the mood to try it again, you can get it for like $10 on Steam, even without the sale. It's a great game, and it's got a really high learning curve, but I think it's worth it.
No, I'll watch it on Twitch.
Yeah.
I'll find somebody who's playing on Twitch and watch them. Enjoy it that way.
The hardest part is the beginning, because in the beginning you don't know what you're doing and everything just murders you and you don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah, I only made it to like, I think like the beginning before getting to the citadel proper with like all the structures and fortresses and whatnot. I think I was trying to get the bridge to drop down at the time, and I just kind of lost interest.
I'm trying to power through it. I've gotten farther than I've ever gotten before, because every time I try, I make like a new character and do the game over again. So this time, I had most of the game in muscle memory, except for I got like the 4 Lord Souls, and I'm at Lord Gwyn, except I'm trying to do the DLC, but in order to do the DLC, there's this freaking manticore that is like impossible. Like, it's so hard, I can't even.
Ben, we had the option of rolling stats, right?
Point by, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, point by, my man, because like, what if you like roll a 1, you know?
I'm okay with a 1. Like, that's okay. I mean, the lowest you can roll is
Or
a
if you
3, technically.
get- Or you get
Roll
like
for your
an
intelligence, you're a
overpowered stat
3.
character.
I like rolling for. Go on, Gareth.
Even if you get like a really high stat character, then you're pretty much doing things better than most people. And for people like the rogue, they might feel a little underwhelming at that point.
I like rolling for stats in very Tomb of Horrors-y campaigns, like in very short-term campaigns, like one-shots, very fun to roll for stats. But in long-term campaigns with a bunch of character development, I like you guys to all be on a very similar footing.
But what if I rolled a 3 for intelligence and I had to roleplay that the entire time?
Then you talk like this.
Sounds like Fallout 1 and 2. Did y'all play that?
Yes.
Yep. I
Wasn't
played the
it-
first one, almost beat it, but I don't know what happened there.
Wasn't there like a section where it's beneficial to have low int, where you just like unga bunga, and he's like, this guy talks good. Like, yeah.
I have no idea. I've seen the videos with low int, but I didn't have the patience to play a low int one myself.
Yeah, honestly, the only part that I really like about that is how fucking exasperated the overseer gets with you.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. He's like, Jesus Christ, our vault is doomed. This is our hero, Mr. Onga Bonga Woo.
Pretty sure you act surprised when you actually manage to pull it off too.
I still miss those editions of the game because you can just go in and be like, you can just diplomatize the final boss and be like, all right, just don't blow up everything. Like, it's okay. Like, it's fine. And New Vegas had like those old trends as well. And I wish they continued doing that in like Fallout 4 and stuff like that.
Yeah, now I got 76 and Fallout Royale and stuff.
In Fallout 4, I am the bad guy at the end.
So, we last left our adventurers atop a snowy spire in the middle of a dark ravine, overlooking a sunken fortress, unlit, the smell of blood and ice rising up to meet you. Your talk amongst yourselves warms you somewhat, and that feeling of camaraderie steels you for the coming abyss below, and who knows what the sunless citadel itself holds. Frid is feeling very unwell since he's been gnawed by this tremendous rat, 3 of which now lay dead before you. And he is elected to climb back up the rope and make the couple-hour journey back to Oakhurst in order to seek out healing for what he suspects is a disease that is now brewing deep within his person. And so the rest of you have the option. Would you choose to brave the perils of this citadel without your trusted furball companion? Or would you walk back to Oakhurst with him in order to seek other employment, other means of preparation? The choice is yours.
Gareth isn't gonna back down from this. He'll brave the depths.
As I stretch off the top of my bed I made with the dead rats. I'm good to go either way.
Jinxie, take inspiration for your beautiful dead rat bed. However, also go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
I imagine that Arthur and Ashara are like completely on the other side of the room from this rat bed. So it's just terrible.
Oh, Gareth is like sticking way far away from it. He doesn't want to get any fucking diseases.
So, Jinxie, they say if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas, but you feel perfectly fine. In fact, you feel maybe a little better rested than everyone else.
Since I went to
And you also rise with an additional temporary hit point from your cuddly bed throughout the night.
And technically, Ashara would vote to go back to town because she's worried about her poor friend Urki, who I just had to look up the name of, because I don't know if he escaped town without us, or I don't know if he escaped or not.
I mean, the gnomish priest, Corky, who you spoke to at the Temple of Paylor, she mentioned that she had seen Urki and that he had been in town a few days ago, but you all neglected to inquire further. So what will it be? The snow is falling fast around you, and you can feel the wind chill mounting as it sweeps through this canyon. You can see the boy Arthur in this very overlarge coat begin to shiver in his boots.
Is there only 3 of us? Or no, there's one.
It is currently
2.
Gamel Aziz, the entertainer, the performer, Guy with the Gromwheel, the mercenary, Ashara, the rogue, Jinxie, the life cleric slash tabaxi half-breed, and the boy Arthur, who is Ashara's follower. And Frid, the cleric, the war cleric, has gone back to town.
Well, Gareth sorry made his vote to continue on, but everyone else can make their choice.
Jinxie, Ashara, Gamel.
I think it should be fine to continue on. We perfectly capable so far. We don't seem like we're too bad, and I think we might be able to work through this if we work together and try to build on our strengths.
Frid did promise to return as soon as he was healed up.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We walk down the stairs into the darkness.
Well, if you guys want to go kill more giant rats and God knows what else, goblins also,
And do me
whatever.
do me a quick
Technically,
favor,
that was
y'all.
our quest.
Do me a quick favor and throw your passive perception and your AC in your names, please.
Will do.
How do you do that?
You can go to the top right-hand corner of the cogwheel in Roll20, where it says My Settings, Display Name. Just type AC, and whatever your AC is, and then PP, and then whatever your passive perception is, and just put it after your name.
Let's see, I was using leather armor before.
And I think leather armor is a
Like
12 plus dex. Just like that. Thank you, JC.
Yeah, 11 plus dex. Okay. I don't think I'll be able to leap out of character creator just yet. It didn't really give me many tools, and I didn't.
Don't worry. You can update it whenever you get the chance. So, are you choosing to descend? You can see a crude stone stairway that has been carved out. Gods alone know how many hundreds or thousands of years ago in this karst before you.
Well, Gather's gonna get up and he's gonna start approaching the stairs over here.
You can see another landing about 15 feet down below you.
Nice. Okay. He's gonna go ahead and start descending the steps.
You can feel the sound of your footsteps. You hear them loud within this hollow canyon, even muffled on the snow as they are.
Is everyone else following?
I'm right behind you. I'm just listening to your footsteps going clank, clank, clank.
Yeah, I was just setting up my notes.
Okay.
But yeah, like, in character she doesn't really want to go, but she's been outvoted, so I'm going with y'all.
You can see Gamel and Ashara behind you still kind of packing up camp, checking their gear.
Excellent. Okay. I shall wait for them then.
I think this goes way down there, Gareth.
Do Tabaxi have dark vision?
Yes,
I think
60
they
feet.
do actually.
Yeah, we established that last time. I'm sorry. You can see 60 feet down. That's far enough for you to see just about the end of this climb. And you can see down before you a crumbled courtyard that is coated in an untouched layer of snow.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dark down there. Can't exactly see all that far.
Well, I think I see some snowballs at the bottom.
Wouldn't surprise me. This place looks relatively untouched aside from the rats.
You can easily see your way to the next landing, however.
Oh, that's good at least.
So as you descend, please make me a dexterity save, Gareth.
You
As
got it.
feet go out from under you as you slip upon a patch of black ice. With an 8, you tumble from where you were, right here, straight down onto the second set of stairs below. With a great
cool.
thump, the wind goes out of you and you roll. Make me another dexterity save.
Silly human.
Parkour.
All right, you catch yourself, your many years of martial training causing you to react to changing circumstances with ease. And you feel a little bit embarrassed, and you do take a little bit of falling damage. Take 10 falling damage.
Oh, yeah, just a little
You
bit.
said a little
Okay.
bit. Oh my gosh, a little bit.
That's like half my health. I'm pretty sure I just broke both of my legs.
Wait a sec, one sec.
Don't worry, I brought my band-aids.
Yes, that's 20 feet. You suffered a 20-foot fall, my friend.
All right. Well,
You can hear your ears ringing, your head spinning. You suppress that urge to vomit, but you manage to pull yourself back to your feet.
I'm gonna help Gareth to his feet. Silly person.
Also, keep in mind, you had your little rat, your little rat nest, but you guys didn't actually have a long rest at the end of your last session. Keep that in mind.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Oh, we didn't? I thought we slept over.
You guys were all full HP because Frid was the only one who was damaged in the rat fight, but you guys hadn't taken a long rest when you stopped because Frid was poisoned.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so you guys are all fine. I'm just reminding you that you're not taking half your HP immediately after a long rest. So don't worry about resting in the future. Is all I'm trying to do.
Yes. So Gareth, I left my band-aids up there. Actually, we didn't get a long rest, so I have no way to heal you right now. So be careful.
That's alright, give me a sec.
You had one after the goblin fight, right? You had one after the goblin fight, but you
Uh,
didn't have one after getting here, remember? So
Gamel's
the only spells that you've blown are the ones that you blew in the rat fight.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Which, as far as I can tell, you just cast cantrips during the rat fight.
Yes.
Yeah, so you should be full on spells, and Gareth in not full on HP, and Gareth has taken 10.
Okay.
The rest of you are able to see this patch of ice that Gareth slipped on. As you can see that great scuff from his boot heel.
Proceed carefully, and I tell Arthur to be careful too.
Would you guys like to make a perception check or investigation?
Oh, investigate if there's ice.
Yeah.
Jinxie, I don't suppose you have any healing magics up your sleeve, do ya?
Looks perfectly clear the rest of the way down.
Oh, that's real reassuring. Well, I'll proceed carefully, I guess.
Go ahead. You can make your way down to where Gareth and Jinxie are without any trouble.
I'll go ahead and follow along, overhearing part of this conversation, and I'll go ahead and say, Dear Gareth, I might be actually able to help you in this situation.
That's good, because I'm pretty sure I cracked my fucking ribs.
And Gam will kind of descend down, hoping everyone will gather on this next platform over here. Come on, go ahead, give me some room.
You can get down there, Gamble, without any trouble.
And he'll place his hands on Gareth and use Healing Hands, ASMR racial feature. So you're gonna go ahead and recover HP. Let's see, recover each point.
One per level, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's just 2 HP. You gain 2 HP. That might have been more
Also-
useful, like when someone's down.
Why do you only have 9 hit points?
It's because I'm still changing a few things on my character sheet. I should
Okay.
be done with it.
I was like, okay.
He has a -5 constitution.
I don't think that's possible.
6.
In fact, Gamble just has a massive coronary and drops dead in front of you now. But you can see the rest of this descent into that courtyard. It's a little bit steeper than the previous, but with a great deal of consternation as you all peer down, take a moment for Gareth to catch his breath and into between. You don't see any crumbled bits of masonry or wayward pieces of ice.
All right. Anybody else got healing stuff, or just Gamel? Still feeling a few bones poking out of place.
I mean, I'm surprised that Gamel's an ASMR. I didn't know that. I just thought he was a human.
I don't
I
know
mean,
what
he's a rather
ASMR
plain-looking
is.
ASMR.
What is an ASMR? Who are you?
Basically, imagine the opposite of God, what are they called? The demon-like race that you can play in 5e.
You're a demon?
No, the opposite of that. Yeah, I'm really
Are you
blanking
an
out on the
angel?
name here.
Are you an angel?
Tiefling,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, so ASMR, they're like angel people or something.
That is so awesome. Do you have wings?
I think they can manifest wings.
Technically, I can. Or, no, wait. Let me rephrase that. Ignore that. I can't really do anything like that. I just know that I have an angel guiding me through my journey, telling me what sort of things I need to do and what objective I might be after.
So you see people and you hear people that aren't really there.
I mean, I wouldn't say I technically see, I dream. Uh, I can't really tell you much about it. I'm not quite versed in, angelhood and stuff like that. But I know people in my bloodline have gotten abilities like this before.
I'm clicking the buttons by accident. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were actually trying to heal me.
So I think that's another 7 HP from that Cure Wounds, if you did mean to cast the Cure Wounds.
I meant to cast the Cure Wounds, but I was looking for something else. That was you get a bonus.
The Life Domain, yeah. It's like Blessing of Life, but it should be 1 plus your cleric, or it'll be +3 right now, I think.
There it is. Disciple of Life. There it
Yeah.
is.
There we go. Yeah, so 2 plus spells level. So level 1 Cure Wounds. So yeah, 19. Gareth, you just have a small bruise where that cracked rib was.
Ugh, it's feeling a lot better. Thanks.
There you go. So I talk to Saloon sometimes. And she doesn't answer back all the times, but maybe I can find one of your angels that talk to me too.
Well, it's been a small while since I've heard from my angel. I can't say it's that easy getting their attention. I like to think of it as them checking on their children. Trying to find out what they might be doing, and trying to guide them a certain way.
And it is something that you do know this, Gamel. Your angelic guide has been conspicuously silent ever since you set out on this journey, which was around the time that winter began to fall.
Oh, Gamel's not saying anything about that. He's pretty sure that like the silence just means that he's doing everything right. He's on the correct journey, and like everything's good. At least for now.
So, as you're having this conversation, you can see that Arthur's shivering has gotten a lot worse, and he looks up at Shara and says, "Can we get inside soon? Can we get inside soon, miss? The wind shall out here, space."
Gives
He
him a
has
hug
jacket on.
and is like, "Well, we're working on it. I was wondering if you were following us up there."
You notice that he has your entire campsite just packed up on his back, essentially.
Awesome.
That's right, you mule. Cha cha cha.
Hang on. You
He
guys
shoots
spare
you with
threads in that
anything.
bag?
Spare what, Gareth?
You guys spare threads in that bag, kid?
I think all of you neglected to purchase winter clothing.
No, actually, I think we did.
No, I
winter
Oh,
think
you
supplies.
did. You're right.
Yeah.
I remember. You spoke to Carolyn. So yeah, you guys all have your winter clothing. So
Except
yeah,
for
you should-
Arthur.
Yes.
I think except for me, because I wasn't technically there unless you autopiloted me to actually do that.
Yeah, Gamble, you have winter clothes, but Arthur is freezing his ass off.
Oh, okay.
God damn it, we didn't get clothes for Arthur.
No, it's okay. Does he have any loose threads, like anything like a hemp bag or anything like that can be broken down?
Do any of you have
Like
bags in your inventory?
sewing thread. I don't.
I mean, I have a
Yeah.
sleeping bag.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
have
that's like a thing
a bedroll.
that people carry around.
You
I have
can
a
see the
bedroll and a
interior of
tinderbox.
the Citadel. You can see the interior of the Citadel beckoning from approximately 60 feet below at the bottom of the cars.
Well, Citadel's bound to have some banners we can tear down. So, probably get you something once we're down there.
The lightless windows do not promise civilization, but who knows?
I'm gonna look down the stairs, and do I see any like ice or anything like 60 feet down?
You do not see any more ice crowding the stairs.
We should all go downstairs and make Superman capes and be superheroes.
If I'm wearing winter gear, I'm just gonna take the coat that I normally wear, and I'm gonna offer it to Arthur.
Takes it gladly, and he's now wearing 2 of your overlarge coats. He looks like he's more leather than human boy at this point.
Awesome.
He's like
Alright.
the little kid on A Christmas Story. Hey guys, wait for me.
All right. Gareth will go ahead and gingerly approach the stairs and descend.
All right, Gareth, you descend, and the stairs descend into a small courtyard, apparently the top of what was once a crenellated battlement. This buried citadel has sunk so far into the earth and ice that the battlement is now level with the surrounding floor. The floor stretches away to the north and south, composed of a layer of treacherous crumbled masonry with reaches in unknown depth, and to the west looms the surviving structure of what must be the sunless citadel. A tower stands on the west side of the courtyard. Let me move your token to the appropriate point.
Boy, this citadel really is sunless. I can't see a damn thing.
Entrance of this crenellated battlement.
Here we go.
See before you bits of crumbled masonry that are scattered about in the snow. I shouldn't say bits, I should say massive piles of crumbled masonry that are scattered about in the snow that make this a very treacherous looking terrain. You can't, where the snow has blanketed, you can see bits and caverns, and you can see all of these old pieces of crumbled tower jutting out at odd points, definitely making some strange crevices and odd angles.
Interesting. All right. Gareth will go ahead and start leading the party in.
Go ahead and make me an acrobatics check.
You got it.
Yeah, one more. So you feel yourself beginning to slip on the snow as you go to place your foot in a spot that appeared solid, but it just in a flash of white dust as you go to put your weight there. But you manage to leap back and catch yourself.
Nice. Okay.
We need to get this guy some snow boots.
Yeah, really. All right. I guess we'll just start approaching with care.
You can get to the door, but go ahead and make me another DC acrobatics.
I'm gonna be careful to like hop into the footsteps that he did.
Okay, go ahead and make me the acrobatics checks with advantage. 1 for every 10 feet you move. And Gyrith, with ease this time, you manage to poke your way across this field of broken masonry. Jinxie as well, you managed to make it to that first point that Gareth was with ease. So, Gareth, before you, there is a wooden door. It is in very poor condition. And you notice that it is just slightly ajar, like an inch or so. Perhaps pushed open by the wind. It looks like it doesn't really sit flush with itself anymore.
Okay. I guess he'll kind of gently ease it the rest of the way open, listening for any clicks or anything that might indicate it's been booby-trapped.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. You hear nothing but the sound of the wind echoing through the canyons. As you open the door the rest of the way, you brace yourself for a moment, wondering what you'll find within. And it's a scene familiar to you, Gareth. You've seen the remains of many battlefields in your time. And in front of you, you can see the bodies of 4 humanoids. As you look closer, apparently goblins slain in combat. And you cannot quite see the far wall as you begin to push your way in from that position.
Yeah, he'll start easing his way in. How's the floor looking? Is it just as
The
hard to
floor?
maneuver around?
The floor is cracked. The cracks, the flagstones are cracked, but it certainly seems solid. It appears that the citadel has sunk to a relatively stable position for the moment.
All right. What's on the goblins from what you can see, just right off the bat?
So you notice immediately that their corpses have been gnawed. There are bits of flesh missing, bone exposed. The eyes and ears have been chewed off. All of these creatures. It appears that they've also been stripped of any armaments that they might have had, any armor as well. They're wearing very simple loincloths. It appears that they've been here for some time, but you really can't tell how long without getting any closer.
All right, well, I guess that cloth will do just fine as any. So he'll take one of the cloths and he'll start ripping it to shreds in order to get some thread going.
Real quick, before you can do that, as you step into that room, you gain the purview of the far wall through the haze. It is considered dim light in this area, by the way. And you can see the body of a goblin standing upright, and you feel that moment of anxiety as you go for your weapon, but then you can see that it's missing its eyes and ears just like the others, and it has been skewered through the chest by a large spear, pinned to the wall.
Interesting.
Jinx,
All
you
right.
Catch up and
another acrobatics check with advantage as you move to that position.
Oh, I see now.
With almost feline grace, you leap nimbly across the snow, raising barely a dust as you in your trace.
Gonna beckon to Gamble and Ashara. Come on. Don't be out there in the cold all day.
Gareth is going to go ahead and break that cloth down for spare threads. He's...
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
You got it.
How?
Well,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, you are able to take the loincloth off this goblin.
Cool. Can I rip it down? Or...
You can do so. You can rip it into some shreds.
Cool. All right. I'm going to go ahead and kind of twist them together into like these kind of very thin, crude ropes. And I'm actually going to try and make an extra, very crude sort of cloak or jacket out of the deer pelt I found earlier. So I can give that to Arthur.
That's probably really wet right now. Was it already treated and tanned?
Nope. Yeah, it was treated back in town.
Oh, okay.
What kind of roll do you want me to make for that?
Sleight of hand. And
Sleight of
do
hand.
it with intelligence instead of dexterity.
Okay.
Actually, whatever you prefer.
So, is it dark inside of this tower right now, or wherever we are?
It is dimly lit, and Ashara and Gamel, as I assume that you make the journey into this tower while Gareth takes a few minutes to assemble those.
While I do so, I'll go ahead and reach over from one of my ears and touch an earring hanging from my ear, or earlobe, I guess. After which I'll start to mutter some words as I sort of twist a firefly in my other hand, and light starts to radiate from the side of my head. Because I'm casting the cantrip light.
Okay, so yeah, you create a bright light. No problem. Gamel and Ashara, both give me 2 acrobatics checks with advantage if you're moving in the same positions that Gareth and Jinxie went.
I'll go ahead and follow along, sure. Better safe than sorry. And that's a 23.
Yep, and just one more.
Oh, my bad.
No
One more?
problem there. And no problems from the boy Arthur either. You guys all managed to make your way across this field of treacherous and jagged masonry without slipping. Already cautious from your experience with the ice earlier. So I'm going to move you guys inside this tower here.
How much was winter clothing, by the way, when we purchased it?
It was given to you freely by Carowyn Lucreel in
Okay.
exchange for being willing to go find her children.
I asked you before the game if you were there at that point because I wasn't sure. That was the last important thing that happened.
By the end of the game, I was already conked out, I was on the floor basically. Hopefully, it doesn't repeat itself.
So you all can make out 2 doors in this room currently. One to the north, one to the southwest. Sorry, one to the northwest, one to the southwest, I should say. The body of the goblin that is impaled to the wall is sitting near the southwest door right here.
You said a body of a goblin?
Yes, there's the body of a goblin that is skewered to the wall with a spear.
Oh, right, that sleight of hand check. Let me make that real quick.
From this distance, how fresh does a corpse look?
Go ahead and make me a medicine check.
I am not trained in that. Oh wait, am I? Am I trained in that? I'm a bard. I get half proficiency, I think.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's this level. It's this
Yeah.
level.
Yep, so add a half your proficiency, so plus 1 to that, whatever it is. And Gareth, you just can't make the class with the limited available to you.
All right.
How old do these bodies look like? They look like he's been impaled recently, or does he look like his blood has been gooed up?
Gambledore goes to inspect that, and what he discerns, he thinks that these bodies have been dead 2 or 3 days, maybe 3 or 4. You're not sure. But go ahead, as you lean closer to one of these corpses in order to make this assessment, you notice some footsteps, humanoid footsteps. Go ahead and make me a survival check.
Survival. I have jack of all trades, so I'm not terrible at that. That's a 5.
All you can tell is that they're definitely not goblin footprints. You can't discern the number or the direction really, but you can tell that some larger humanoids came through this place recently.
Gyrith will actually go ahead and take a look at one of the bodies himself and see what exactly has been gnawing at it. If it's small bites or just huge chunks of their faces.
Go ahead and make
that
me a
are
medicine
missing.
check.
You got it.
You can't tell what it is, but it's animal. It's bestial.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I'm honestly, I suspect giant rats.
I'm going to go over here to where the goblin was skewered and grab the little spear and shake it and go, "Hey, are you okay?"
Jinxie, as you go to shake this spear, you give it an experimental thunk, thunk, and it makes this kind of spring, and it slides out of the wall much more easily than you expected. It wasn't embedded there very deeply, and the goblin was not very heavy. And as it comes out, the tip slides down toward the floor, and the goblin just slides off of this with this sickening. And you have the spear in your hand, kind of dumbfounded. But you can see on the wall behind the dead goblin are runes in a language you might be familiar with. What languages do you all speak?
Of course, I speak Celestial and Common.
And I believe Gyrith picked up Sylvan and Dwarven.
I
Yeah, let me.
I
My
think the goblin is DED.
my spare language is Elvish.
Let me go ahead and find out if bards actually get more languages than that, because I would hope they do. No, that's a negative. Yeah, Celestial and Common.
None of you can read it.
Hmm.
You can make an intelligence check if you want to attempt to identify the script. Anyone?
Sure, why not? I mean, I have the lowest intelligence probably, but I'll go and do it.
Anyone looking is welcome to.
I don't know about that.
I think I'll go ahead and try.
That's draconic, Ashara.
Interesting. She looks around and she's like, Arthur, you don't happen to speak Draconic, do you?
I speak gutter snipe.
There you go. It's the same thing, I think. No.
It's too bad. If we had a wizard about, he might be able to actually read this. For now, it at least tells us what sort of people might have been in here. Maybe some sort of mages, kobolds, or something of the sort.
And we got something that's been eating them too.
Hunting dogs, something.
And
The footprints are at least larger than the normal goblin, and they use spears so they can use tools.
Jinxie, you can add the spear to your inventory, by the way. It appears to be of humanoid size, human make. Just a fine hunting spear.
All right, well, that leaves us with two options, right or left.
Which entranceway seems to have the least footprints?
Give me a survival check.
I can do that.
Anyone who wants to make that assessment?
Yeah,
You
I'll
don't
go
know.
ahead and help out with that. Okay, I guess I'm just lowballing today.
Here.
I love my party.
7s, 6 and 7s all around, man.
Could we go ahead and make another attempt, and I might be able to offer some inspiration to assist with this?
I'm sorry you guys have already made this attempt. You guys looked at these footsteps, and you can tell that there's a
I rolled
great
a
deal of
12.
traffic. 12 helps. 12 will give you a little bit more information. You can tell there's a great deal of traffic going to all throughout this room. You can't tell which of the two passages, north or south, has more or less traffic. But Jinxie, one thing that you can make out with your 12 survival is that there are a set of footprints that lead toward the southeastern corner of the room, kind of to the south of where Gyrith is currently standing. It is very distinct.
Huh. Hey, everyone. Excuse me. There is footsteps over here, and they disappear into the wall. Like, poof.
All right, well, let's see what this wall has then. And,
Also, Jinxie, don't you have guidance?
Sure.
I'm not sure if you do.
Like the spell?
You totally don't. My bad. I think that was
you're thinking of
Frid, yeah.
All right, well, Gareth will go ahead and.
I let the voices in my head guide.
Oh, hi. Okay. No.
Well, if we're gonna be moving around this place, I don't think it's wise to continue to have such a. Well, I'm just gonna move to the back. You go ahead and lead the way. I'll be the light from the rear.
Can I investigate the wall?
Certainly. Go right ahead. You may do so with advantage, given your knowledge of these footsteps.
Yes,
How
a
do
one.
you do it? You can't discern anything, but you know that there's something not right
Double
here.
snake eyes.
Look, footsteps.
What are the rest of you doing?
I guess I'll look at the wall too.
You intimidate the wall.
Growl at the wall.
Intimidation. Whoops. Hey, there we go.
That's much better. You can make out a loose masonry brick near the just kind of a hand height on this side of the wall that you suspect might be a trigger or perhaps a switch.
All right, Gareth, he looks over to everyone else. All right, get ready, guys. See this thing here. I think it might be a switch or something. Just, if we all blow up, not my fault. And he pushes his hand onto the loose brick.
As you do so, two things happen. You hear a shik and a and the sound of the shik is a very thin needle jumping out of a hidden cavity near the brick toward your hand. Go ahead and make me a DC 15 dexterity save.
No.
And the sound of the other sound of the boom was this great unearthing of this door to the south of you, which slides open with a cascade of dust and a smell of ancient air from within.
Yeah, I think I'm getting stabbed here.
You are pricked, my friend. Let me get that door open. One sec. You are pricked by that needle, and I need you to make me a DC 14 Constitution save.
Constitution save coming up. Cool. All right.
You take 1 damage from the needle, and you feel a shock of venom, which courses through you, and you take an additional 3 poison damage.
All right. Cool. Cool.
So there is this pocket chamber to the south of you. It is damp and frigid. You can see just very small, fading pinpricks of light through arrow slits that are held within. You can see bones and equipment scattered about the chamber. A few bows, a couple short swords, destroyed pieces of shields. And as you're having this conversation, here comes, through the front door, clanking loudly, your friend Frid, returned from Oakhurst after a frigid march where he went to see Corky Knackle, the priest of Paylor, who we met earlier. He begged her for a neutralized poison spell, which she was happy to render, along with a healing aid. And he is back, refreshed, in the room with you once again.
Hello, friends.
Welcome back, Fred. Are you ready to get poisoned again? Let's do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
I see
Wait,
Fred coming.
poison? I gotta find the game.
I see Fred stroll in. Does he have
we're in this circular room, right? And so Gareth was just searching around the wall. He kind of found like a little brick that you can poke. So he poked it, and a needle came out and poisoned him. He got 4 damage. So that's what happened.
Yeah, it's really
Poison.
fucking cool.
I love hitting you, Gareth, because you always have a reaction to it.
Yeah, he just kind of pulls his hand off the needle, and he just does not look happy at all.
You can feel your hand begin to throb painfully, and just as you go to shake it out and kind of suck on the wound, you can see a stirring within the chamber to the south of you. You hear the sound of creaking as you see bits of masonry begin to rise, and you think that the castle itself is coming to life, but then you can see it's the force of these bones underneath it that are animating slowly. They quiver and they leap to life with pinpricks of red fire sparkling in the eye sockets of the skulls. Everyone go ahead and select your tokens and roll for initiative.
No, I pull.
Hey,
door
can you
shut.
put my token on there?
Bump that.
Yes, your token's on there. You're Fred.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, cool. All right.
If it makes you feel any better, I played a game earlier today where I rolled literally 6 nat ones. Like it was beautiful. Fought a young black dragon too. Like it was an ugly game. Get the boy Arthur in here. Actually, I'm going to give you access to his.
Movement so that you don't have to move it?
Because I don't want you controlling your follower. I want him able to do dumb things still. Is everyone in? I think so. Yes, okay, so Gamble. You saw all of this happen. You saw the needle prick Gareth's hand right as the door slowly slid open, revealing the chamber within. And you knew something
Hey, I'm
wasn't
gonna be
right. There
AFK
was
for
that.
just.
Sure thing. Take a second, Jixie. What would you like to do as you see these creatures spring to life in front of you?
Alright, seeing these creatures spring up into action, I'm gonna go ahead and get in position, and let me go ahead and get line of sight of these creatures. Do I have line of sight over here, actually?
You do.
Okay.
They do have partial cover from Gareth being directly in front of you.
Let's see, each object within a cube, Okay, seeing as the room is perfectly in the perfect dimensions for this sort of move, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Fairy Fire into that room and scatter light on top of all of them. All attacks will have advantage against these creatures.
Nice one.
The first
Really
two,
dope.
the two in the back, they fail their save and they are lit up in whatever color you choose, my friend.
I'll go ahead and give them a green glow because it accentuates their bones and makes them look more frightening.
You see these radioactive skeletons coming toward you guys. Bonus action from any of you, from Gamel, or are you good?
Actually, I probably could do that. I think I'll go ahead and cast. No, I'll hold that. No, that'll be it.
Okay. Ashara. You see the bolt of fairy fire splash on the wall within and cover these skeletons with an acrid green. What would you like to do?
I think I was I was about to just charge in instinctively. No, I'll shoot it with my crossbow, I guess.
All right, go ahead. Roll to hit.
It's always a smart decision.
There's that beautiful moment as you go to rush into the fray, but you think better as you look at the boy Arthur back near you and you wonder what would happen to him if something were to happen to you, and you draw your crossbow and you fire true 13 damage. You're hitting this one right here?
Yeah.
All right. Your bolt funks into him, and you see it pass through this one of those flaming eye sockets, and as the bolt passes through, the fire is extinguished and it crumbles to the ground.
Beautiful.
You see green dust shimmer on the ground.
Anything else, Cheryl?
No, that's it.
JC, you're up.
Okay, I'm back. I just knocked a whole glass of vodka over on my desk. I was mopping it up.
I'm so sorry.
I know, I'm so sad, my vodka.
At least you got a picture of it before it went.
Yes. Okay, so we got glowing green skeletons, and one got shot.
One was knocked over instantaneously by Ashara's crossbow bolt. There's one glowing green skeleton and one who is unaffected.
I'll move right here, and I'm going to use my, I think my Sacred Flame. Let me see, where's... For a lot
Your
of
sacred
time.
flame is dodged once again.
Yo, Sake Flame has not been doing well for this whole campaign.
It's going to be fired.
Profane flame.
The boy Arthur begins to draw his crossbow and fire at these creatures, but you just see him quivering at the sight of these undead, apparently unable to act.
Ah, the poor little fella.
So these two skeletons, they begin lumbering out with that undead gleam in their eyes, that lack of concern for self-preservation. They're both
hey, this
going to
looks
make
familiar.
strikes at Gyrith, the nearest target to. That is a 24, which is a crit, and a 10 to hit you, which misses, I believe.
Yay!
So that first one that moved around to your left, your blow would have caught any sort of human as you moved to intercept it, but your blade actually just creeps through its ribs, and it manages to stick its sword underneath one of your own. Takes seven damage. But it is your turn.
Ah, yes, the blocking with the rib trick. I've seen a performer do that before.
Okay, cool. Well, I think Gareth is sufficiently pissed off, so he's gonna heft his great sword and try and half-hand it into one of their skulls.
As you go to lift your sword, reaching for that familiar trained strength, you feel that just twinge of pain, and you can't quite draw on it this turn. You
Pull the
can't quite get
muscle.
your sword.
Cool. All right.
Anything else, Gareth?
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and action surge and try again.
You push past that pain, and you bring the sword up into the air and down on the skeleton.
Yay! That's
Oh,
better.
heck yeah.
It's a tremendous blow.
Oh, damn.
And you see it scrape into the floor, shooting sparks off the flagstone. And the skeleton collapses into a pile of bone dust before you.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna need a short rest after this.
And then flickers back into existence, and then does it again.
Better fucking not.
Fred, you're up.
All right. Fred is gonna roar in ecstasy at seeing the battle before him, and run up with his warhammer. Boom.
You feel the fury of strong mouse within you. 23 definitely hits for 6 bludgeoning. Anything else?
Should I hit him again, guys? No, I'll just leave it. It's all right.
All right, that is bludgeoning damage, which the creature is vulnerable to. So you do 9 damage to the skeleton as you shake the dust from its bones as your warhammer impacts that scrap mail armor that is just rotting off its chest. Back at the top with Gamal Aziz.
Seeing how these skeletons are easy to take out of commission, I don't think I should go ahead and use another spell. I'll go ahead and just get in the fray and attack with my rapier.
Go ahead. A 12 does miss this creature.
But
Hey,
there's an advantage because of the fairy fire.
You are correct. Yes, that's the one that was fairy fired. 22 hits for 7 damage, and you send it to a heap on the floor. There's that brief moment of tension as everyone waits to know if the danger has truly passed. You sigh, you sheathe your weapons.
Fred doesn't sheath his weapon.
You
He's
do
always
what you
gonna-
will with your weapons.
He's just gonna carry his warhammer everywhere. He's never gonna put it away.
Noted. I'll keep that in mind.
Fred is gonna look through their bodies though, like look for some stuff.
Certainly. One moment. So as you all begin to... Oh, Frid, what languages do you speak?
I speak. Shit, where'd my languages go? Elvish, Giant, and Common.
No one in my party speaks Draconic.
Nope.
We all seem to speak different languages at least.
It's a dead language.
None of them are going to be too useful, maybe. I don't know.
What are your tool proficiencies, Gamel?
That is a good question.
Because
I think
2 tools or 2 languages from a background. I know I'm reaching at this point.
No, my background was entertainer, so I got two instruments.
Ah, very, very good. Very good, friends. Alright, so as you go to search these skeletons, you discover a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold.
Oh, I got disguise kit though.
Great. That
Which doesn't help at all. Or it helps in the long run, but not in this situation.
You can disguise yourself to look like an educated person.
That's certainly true.
Freddy's gonna start smashing the bones with his warhammer.
So as you begin to pulverize these bones, and I'll get back to the treasure in 1 second, as you begin to pulverize these bones, you're making a lot of noise as your hammer just impacts repeatedly on the flagstones in this room. But real quick, as far as loot goes, you find a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold, which I'll roll out for you in 1 second. You find 60 arrows in 3 separate clippers on each of the 3 skeletons. And in a side pocket on each of these arrows, or sorry, on each of these clippers, you find a single arrow in each of these side pockets that is a +1 arrow.
Hey, does anybody want these?
I'm not sure if I could find a use for something like that. Who uses arrows amongst us?
You guys also find 4 silver pieces and 7 gold pieces.
I'm gonna point over to Ashara and the boy gnome and be like, "They were shooting arrows."
Crossbow bolts, not arrows.
And you said 7 gold pieces and 4 silver?
Yes, which you can divide amongst yourselves.
Let's see. I'll go ahead and keep record of that for now because we can't split it evenly per se.
Yeah, I'm not good at math either.
Gamel is the official party treasurer. Let it be known.
Thanks, man.
Done.
You just got volunteered.
I think you guys already split the gold from the goblin fight, so it should be no problem from here at this point.
I'm gonna take some pulverized bone dust and sprinkle it on around the cactus that I have, the small cactus that Jinxie gave me.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, just let you know that in this room, I think there's a giant number 6.
A giant number 6?
Yes. Come look. It's a giant number.
I was wondering what that was. I thought it was a monster.
That's so weird. Yeah, that must have become visible when I did the GM
it
layer.
Disappeared. Oh my gosh. Gareth, I think your angels are fooling with us.
All right, friends. Where to now?
So you have the door to the northeast to the northwest and the southwest.
I'm going to follow the majority of the party. I need to run to the restroom real quick.
I don't remember what is behind these doors, so let's go with southwest.
All right.
And I imagine we've already searched this room, right? Down here where the skeletons came from.
Say again?
We've already searched through the room where the skeletons came from, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and dispel my fairy fire at the very least.
Okay.
It should be still up right now.
So the bones of the skeletons cease to glow. So are you guys going through the southwest door?
I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has mage hand here, do they? So I'm just gonna open the door.
Wait. Yeah, no.
So the door in front of you is another wooden door, similar to the one that you came through. You can see beautiful, like a stone sort of archway around it that is very draconic in nature. You can see draconic script up and down it, which none of you can read. And views of dragons flying, dragons posing, roaring, breathing fire, etc. And as you open the door, 1 second. You see within the masonry walls of this 20-foot wide hall are in very poor repair. The far end has collapsed, filling the southern section with rubble, and the western wall is in much better shape than the other walls. It holds a stone door with a rearing dragon carved in relief on it. The door has a single keyhole situated in the roaring dragon's mouth.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go in there and start inspecting.
All right, go ahead.
Especially the door.
Shara, okay, everyone pause. As you enter the room, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
What's that, Jen?
I'm also gonna perceive what I can in the room.
Go ahead.
Hey Ben.
Yeah, what's up, Gamble?
I don't think my token actually produces light or a radius of light or vision.
Vision? Doesn't have vision? 1 sec.
Yes, I am playing tonight as Jinxie
Yeah,
the
because you had a
Tabaxi.
new sheet now. We'll just say that you have your light cantrip cast whenever.
Okay. I do have dark visions. I don't really need it per se, but it's helping some of the humans in the party.
You see now?
So what?
You see
Oh.
yourself?
Oh
And
yeah, I definitely see
spilled
the light now.
vodka onto
Okay,
my
cool.
lap, everywhere, of my desk and mouse. My mouse pad and
So,
my
Shara,
leg.
you were surprised as 4 giant rats burst from the crumbled masonry around you
man.
as you plunge into this room. Frid, you are not surprised.
She says,
Everyone else is surprised, but let me clear initiative real quick. And go ahead and give me initiative.
Goddamn high initiative rats.
Holy moly, yeah. My rats are gonna murder y'all.
I hate rats.
I'm going to need
Oh,
these
wow.
dice checked to make sure they're legal.
Like in real life, like rats are chill, but Freed really hates rats.
Oh yeah, they're lovely creatures in real life. Alright, so
They make good food.
immediately these creatures lunge toward you, Ashara, with a hungry gleam in their eyes. They both bite down on you with advantage due to their pack tactic. 22 and a 19 to hit.
Why are they rolling so damn high?
So that's like 9 damage.
You take 9 damage and make me a Constitution save. All right, a DC 17 saves. Make me one more. A DC 9 does not. You feel this unease wash over you as the second rat's fangs sink into your body. You are poisoned. Gyreth, you're surprised this turn. I said, and you are, you receive the effect of that poison.
Okay.
Oh shit, 1 sec. I just realized I moved the wrong rat toward you. Should have been this rat. Gyreth, you hear Ashara scream from within, but you are considered surprised
you,
for this
Jen.
round. Frid, you made your perception check. Go ahead and act.
Right. Okay. Let's see. First, I'm gonna use this thing. And
You hear that crack of lightning as the storm gathers above you. The storm of Strahd Mouse is imbued into your weapon.
I'm gonna hit this thing.
Yeah, that's an 8 to hit, and roll your 1d4 for radiant damage as well. Actually, it doesn't matter. 8 damage will slay the rat that is directly in front of you.
Dinner
Sure.
time.
You turn it into just a pulpy mess on the floor.
Good.
Anything else?
And then I will leave the room.
Okay, you leave Ashara to her verminous fate in here.
Wait, I'm not in the initiative for some reason.
Oh, really? You can really hear me?
Click your token
Okay.
and then roll.
To fix that.
Okay.
How about now? Can you hear me good? Testing.
Fade now has a terrible fear of rats.
I guess I just didn't do it properly the first time.
It's just a thing. He would never run from battle, but he just scares rats now.
Now, Strahd
Testing,
as
testing,
being the fact
testing,
that he is
testing.
the war god, he might look a little poorly on that. We'll see.
Testing.
So, Ashara, this third rat, being that you are the only prey within its vicinity, it comes up and it makes a bite. A 20 to hit for 5 piercing damage.
This is a horrible fate, guys.
Oh, I didn't have Arthur in initiative. I mean, you should be in initiative if you're going to die.
Yeah, that would suck if Arthur didn't help when I got killed.
He is up. He is considered surprised, as well as Jinxie. This last rat runs up toward you and attempts to bite you, Ashara. However, it is almost blocked by the bodies of these two massive creatures that are already piling themselves on top of you, and it cannot find purchase with its claws or fangs. And it is your turn. I'm sorry, you were considered surprised this round, Ashara. But we're back at the top with Gamel, who is no longer surprised. You can hear Ashara screaming bloody murder from within this chamber. What would you like to do?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can tumble in acrobatically. Not actually, but definitely I travel. Head over in this direction and start to spew insults at one of the rats on the ground.
Oh, man. You already said it. Give me the acrobatics check.
Okay.
How acrobatically do you move?
So you see Gamel just vault over Jinxie and do a bit of a flourish as he comes inside. Take inspiration for your cool move, Gamel.
All right, I'll take that.
And what would
And
you like?
I'll just start to spew insults at one of the rats, speaking in Celestial.
Sure, which one?
I suppose the closest rat. I didn't see which one got injured.
Does a 17 pass?
17 definitely passes.
So you try to mock this creature, but it's so unable to understand common and also so hungry that it pays you no mind.
He did it in Celestial. He doesn't understand Celestial.
So Ashara, this next rat, it's going to make a bite at you with a 19 to hit for 4 piercing damage. You're losing blood at an alarming rate as these creatures pile themselves on top of you. However, Gyrith, it is your turn.
Cool. Okay, I guess I'm gonna. Oh, let me see here. Yep. Cool. All right. I'll go ahead and flank this ratty, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit it with the greatsword.
Yep, and that's with advantage.
Wait, why is that with advantage?
He's
Flanking.
flanking. Yeah, we're not playing an AL anymore, so we can use the optional flanking rule.
Pardon?
We can flanking. If you guys cover both sides of an enemy, like if you get around it, like so, you get advantage on attacks.
Okay, I'm gonna re-roll that one that I got on the damage roll.
Go for it. Likewise, they will give advantage on attacks on you guys if creatures are flanking.
Okay,
But,
so that's 8 total.
Yes, that is 8 damage to the rat, which is enough. You bisect this squirming creature in front of you, and you can see the tail still twitching as it falls to the floor.
Cool, and while I'm at it, I'm going ahead and use my bonus move to use Second Wind. Just
Go
so
ahead,
I'm not
Second
These
Wind.
things are so good.
dying as much.
The sight of your fallen foe reinvigorates you.
Oh, well, alright. Yeah, it's still some health.
And you
Alright,
take
that's my turn.
4 HP. Frid. Your turn. You can see within that Gyrith is getting the better of this battle.
So Freed has been praying to Strongmouth for strength and courage, and he feels like it's time for him to get past his fear, and he's gonna go charge the rats.
Make me a charisma save.
All right.
So, as you pray to Strong Mouse, you can feel that moment of inner turmoil as you wonder, you know, how can there be courage without cowardice? But accepting the fact that you have just displayed cowardice as well. You can feel, however, Strong Mouse's favor within you as you return to this fight, as if guiding his child, and you make this next attack with advantage.
Nice. Yeah. So I sprint straight in, and I hit this motherfucker with a hammer.
Trampling the corpses of fallen rats under your heavy boots, you strike at the rat, and a 13 just hits it for 5 bludgeoning, and roll your 1d4 for divine. You can see the rat reels from the impact as it's tossed back against the wall, but there's that bolt of divine fury, and you can hear that tiny thunderclap in the distance as Strong Mouse's energy is enough to fell the creature. It is slain. There is one giant rat left, and sensing that its prey is bleeding in front of it, it bites once more at Ashara. However, its allies destroyed, you are able to turn your full attention to it and bat it away with your sword, despite your heavy bleeding. At this point, it's the boy Arthur's turn. And he's going to take the dash action, running into the room, calling out Ashara's name as he hurries to her side as swiftly as he can. Jinxie, you're up. You can use your feline agility to get on top of it if you want.
I'm going to move in here, and I'm going to touch this girl in front of me for 10 healing.
That's an extra 3. That's an extra 3, right? So 13.
Yes, they're for 13.
You feel a tremendous surge of vitality as you feel that soft touch on your back, Ashara, as Jinxie rushes up to you. And you can feel torn sinews knit back together, and your wounds begin to stop flowing.
Phew, thank you.
Anything else from you, Jinxie? Ashara.
Oh, sorry, no. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, so first, I'd like to pull out a longsword and slash at this horrible beast.
You draw your long swords, address the creature. You have drawn your long swords, I should say, and that's absolutely a hit. You bring the first long sword down on the creature's hide. You pierce it straight through this one sightless blind eye, which it has, and it just crumples into a limp heap on the floor.
Phew. I actually wanted to use my bonus action for a second wind. I expected that thing to die. I was praying for it.
Go ahead. You can second wind yourself. Very good roll. You are back to full. What were you going to say, Fred?
Never mind. It's alright.
So as the adrenaline catches up with you, you feel yourself, good. Just the bloodlust, the thrill of battle. And you find yourself standing again in front of this door, carved with the relief of a very imperious-looking dragon in front of it with a keyhole in its mouth.
Can any of you open this door?
Oh, I imagine we need the key, but I don't think there's a key just lying around in this room.
Is there like a crack between the floor and the door, or is it flush?
It is completely flush, and in fact, in comparison to the other doors in this that you've encountered, the two that you've encountered, or three, I should say, in this citadel so far, this one is stone, and it is very, very ornately made.
This is quite a nice door.
Aye, that it is. Never seen such a fine door.
Gamble will go ahead and study close. What sort of craftsmanship is this door made of?
Maybe a
Not just
history-
out of stone, but like what sort of culture?
Maybe a history check.
Here it is. So that'd be a 19.
You know, it's surprising. You've seen enough stone citadels that immediately what jumps to your mind is dwarven make, but this is elvish. It has to be. The beautiful effulgences within the stone, the whorls, the patterns. It undoubtedly, it's elven design, but a very ancient design. And you can also discern that the nature of the dragon in front of you with that 18 history check, it is a red dragon, this carving.
Is it? Is it? How can you tell? Is it because it's actually red?
No, all dragons, and this is something that you might know, but your character might know depending on your nature knowledge, but all dragons have very specific looking head shapes. They're actually quite different looking. It's the arrangement of the spines and the arrangement of which you would know with the 16 nature. You wouldn't know exactly how they all look with the 16 nature, but you know that all dragons look differently. Like they're of different sizes and different face shapes. Also, like their spines, their necks, and their crests. They tend to look different based on race.
Sure. All right, my friends. I say we move onwards in a direction that we can actually explore.
Aye, aye.
So you come back into the tower room, the bodies of the goblins and the bones of the skeletons lying limp still upon the floor. And you open, there is another wooden door in front of you. Were you going to open it, Fred?
I'm gonna look and listen. Oh damn.
All right, let's find out what's behind door number 3.
But 7 perception?
Yeah.
All right. So you hear nothing but the howling of the wind outside and the occasional dripping of water from within. Jinxie, the 20 perception, as you're listening at the door, you can hear very, very muffled. What sounds like crying from somewhere deeper within the citadel.
Hey everyone, on the other side of this door, there is a person that just got punched and they're crying about it.
Hmm. Sounds like possibly a good time. Freed opens the door.
You open the door, and within there is a hollow stone hallway. It stretches out before you. And you can make out 3 other doors, one to the north, one to the south, and one to your west.
I would like to see if I see anything out of place, like traps, like pressure plates or anything.
And make a perception check. You note nothing other than the fact that the door to your south is locked with a very simple rusted iron lock. I'm sorry, one more thing. The door to your south is also carved with it's another stone door that is carved with a relief of a dragon turtle swimming.
Okay, you guys coming?
We're gonna go ahead and follow along. We just wanted to see about the doorway being cleared out a little bit.
So Gamel, Ashara, and Arthur take up the rear.
What does the door look like to the north?
To the north, it's another simple wooden door, partially rotted, much like the others that you've seen deteriorated within the Citadel.
Do we hear anything from these doors? This door?
You don't, but you still hear the sounds of sobbing to the west.
To the west. Alright, I'm gonna kick open this door.
Okay, go ahead. Without any resistance, it's not locked, but without any resistance, you slam the door open. It makes a rather loud sound as it impacts on the wall behind it. And you can see within a completely, conspicuously empty chamber. Nothing but the same crumbling flagstones, dust, cobwebs, and tomb mold that you've seen like scattered in other rooms.
Doesn't seem to be anything here. Can I try opening this one?
You attempt to open it, and you put your hand on the handle, and you tug, but it appears to be locked. And you do note the rusted iron lock outside.
Do you guys think we can break in?
This does seem like the type of lock he might be able to bash open, but probably would attract a lot of attention doing it.
Come to think of it, I'm a rogue, aren't I? I'm gonna see if I can pick the lock.
Go ahead and make me a Thieves' Tools check. That is exactly the DC. You fiddle with the lock for a good 5 or 6 minutes, feeling around the tumblers. It's not a very difficult lock, but the age of the lock has made it very difficult as the tumblers begin to stick. But after a few moments, with Ashara with the boy Arthur looking on with a great deal of interest, trying to kind of learn your craft as you do it, after a moment, the lock pops open. And it falls to the ground with a small clattering sound.
I swear this boy likes me more than his parents. Like, he just seems so fascinated.
So, you have unlocked the door.
Okay, I'll open it.
All right, Ashara takes this handle in front, and she pulls very slowly. The stone has been pretty carefully fitted to the ground, and it's a very heavy door. But after a little bit of straining, it creaks open, and there's another just exhale of dust from within, very similar to when you opened that pocket chamber to the south in the tower. But it does slide open, and within you can see a series of pipes that run into the walls, look like water pipes, and you can see in this corner of the room, southeast, you can see an upright keg fashioned of iron, similarly rusted to the lock that you just popped open. And all of the pipes along the wall lead into the keg on the floor.
What a strange contraption.
Shara just kind of tilts her head like a cat.
You can see that it has a sort of a barrel top, like a bung, similar to a keg.
I guess they were distilling alcohol in here.
Vodka.
Alright. I want to check out this room. Or this door.
So Frid, without any interest in the keg to yourself, you go ahead and enter the room that appears to be the source of the sobbing. It's another wooden door, which it opens inward, and you're able to go through very easily. And then you can see a chamber that is filled with very crudely executed symbols and glyphs scribed in a bright green dye. And they decorate Sorry. And they decorate the chamber. And you can see a large pit in the center that shows evidence of a recent fire. There's a metallic cage in the middle of the southern wall which contains a gaping hole and stands empty. A small wooden bench draped with green cloth is standing next to the cage, and several small objects rest on it. There's a bedroll that lies next to the wooden bench, and you can hear the sound of sobbing coming from within it.
In the bedroll?
From within the bedroll over here.
Well, I'm gonna approach the bedroll.
It's a very small bedroll, something that would be appropriate for a gnome or maybe a halfling. And the sobbing from within comes from what sounds like a very small creature. It's absolutely pitiful. Just, Israel will never forgive me. I messed up so bad. Sounds like somebody's world is ending in there.
There's some weird creature crying over here, guys.
I'm going to peek in the blankets.
So as you draw the bedroll back, there's a bit of a stale smell, not filthy or anything, just stale. And you can see within the bright crimson scales of a young kobold who is just curled into a ball, total fetal position, facing the wall, oblivious to the world, sobbing himself unconscious apparently. And he's making very much the same sounds that he was when Frid found him, and he's repeating some of the same lines. Just, I messed up so bad. I lost it. Your Strauss gonna be so bad.
I'm going to notice that it's a kobold, and Jinxie looks very worried and begins to back away.
So Jinxie, you can see the moment that Jinxie realizes this is a kobold, this very friendly life cleric that's shown a real consideration for all creatures so far. You can see just the hair on the back of her neck begin to rise a little bit. Her hackles go up with that feral instinct.
Should I kill it, Jinxie?
Gareth approaches, and his heavy footfalls find themselves right next to the kobold, and he kind of nudges it with the tip of his boot.
So you give the kobold a prod, not an unkind prod, but a kind of forceful prod, and he stops sobbing for just a second. And he looks up at you, and he looks you full in the eyes, and you can see, even for a kobold, this guy is very scrawny. He's pathetic looking. He's got these big, watery eyes, and he looks at you for a second, full in the face, and then just starts sobbing again.
Hey, what are you doing around here, huh?
I'm Meepo. I was the dragon keeper. I messed up. Oh.
Oh yeah, messed up how?
They took our dragon. The goblins took our dragon, and oh no, the clan's not gonna have the honor anymore. And Strail's so mad at me right now.
Wait, hold on. You're saying the goblins took an entire dragon?
Mm-hmm. Well, she's a very small dragon still, but they took her.
Oh shit!
Shara kind of like looks at the cage with the melted parts coming out of it.
Oh, hold on. I didn't hear what Ashara said. Gareth, I heard you say they're restless these days. What did you say, Ashara?
Oh, Ashara's avoiding the kobold. She's like inspecting the cage with the big melted part coming out of it.
It's not melted.
Oh, busted. Sorry.
It's been busted out from within. It's scrap metal, right? I mean, you think that you could probably bust it with the appropriate strength, but yeah, it does appear like it's been destroyed physically.
So Fred is actually kind of feeling bad for the pitiful creature here, and he approaches him and he asks, "Listen, man, you maybe you should like stop crying, man. It's all right. Sometimes like these things happen, man.
No. They only gave me this job because I messed up at everything else already. If I mess up at this, they'll kick me out of the tribe, or worse.
All right, well, if you want to do better at your job, why don't we start with where those goblins went?
He brightens up visibly for the first time since you've seen this little creature when you mention going after the goblins, and he says, "Really? Think you're gonna fight the goblins?"
Fight them?
Yes.
Hell no, I'm gonna
well,
fucking kill them.
Yusdrael would really want to talk to you. I'm sure that she could tell you more about where the goblins are. All I know is that they're to the north. But Yusdrael knows a lot of things. She's the leader of our tribe.
All right, where is she?
So he kind of extricates himself from this little bedroll and pulls himself up to his full height and marches out. And he's shorter than all of you. He's even shorter than the boy Arthur, who is kind of happy to have someone to look down on for a moment, as he's been in the company of adults for quite some time now. Ever since meeting Ashara, essentially, he hasn't spoken to another child. But he points down. Can you guys see that? Let me make sure. Yeah, you guys can see in that hallway, right? That Gareth and Depot are standing in front of. Yeah, he kind of points down in that hallway. He says, Eustrail and the rest of the Warren, they're living down there right now. I could take you down there to meet her. It wouldn't be very far.
Yeah, lead the way.
I'm okay with this.
Gamble, you with them?
Yes, I'd be with them in this situation.
Okay, just
I appreciate it.
no problem. So, Jinxie, you can see that the rest of the party is very happy to go traveling with this kobold. How do you feel about this?
I am just kind of lingering in the back, keeping to myself at this point.
All right, you guys can see that Jinxie is a little distant from the group, but without any objections, Meepo begins to walk down the corridor, and he's going a little slowly. He's not like looking out for traps or anything, but he's just kind of taking a slow pace. And about every 5 seconds or so, he yells out something in Draconic that none of you understand, but it's the same thing over and over, and it's kind of like
hello.
Rikita, Rikita.
Is it obvious what he's trying to, or what sort of tone does he say these words?
It's like he's calling out. It's like he's calling out. Like in the same. It's kind of in a similar. It's like a like how a hawker would say something.
I see. I don't think we have really reason to be suspicious of him for now, so you may as well just follow along for the time being.
As you're walking, Arthur walks up behind Meepo and says, "What's that you saying?" And he looks back at him and says, "Oh, that's the password. It's picklecorn. It lets the guards know that there's friends." So say again.
I believe it'd be appropriate to say or ask, do I believe him? Or
Roll me an insight check.
let's see. Do, do, do.
So with a 9, right? With a 9, you haven't known many kobolds in your time, and really you know them by reputation more than anything, which is just that they're sly, deceptive little creatures that are vicious. But I mean, this one in front of you doesn't seem to be any of that, so you're just really not sure what to make of them.
All right, I shrug helplessly. It seems like this kobold is pretty trustworthy.
So as you begin traipsing down this way, Jinxie, as you head north, you can see an armed kobold, much larger than Meepo, just kind of sitting idly, leaning up against a door. He sees you too, but having heard Meepo's instruction earlier, he just kind of gives you this appraising look as you walk by, not hostile or aggressive anything. But after a moment, Meepo leads you guys around this corner and up into a longer hallway chamber. And so, in this hall area that you're all now standing in, you can see double rows of marble columns flanking the hallway, up and down, and the worn carvings depicting entwined dragons that just race and surf all around this chamber. In the back of the chamber, toward the west, you can see sitting in this carved dragon throne, there's constructed within fallen bits of masonry stacked against this very old altar, similarly inscribed with visions of dragons in flight. On the top of the altar, there's a small variety of items. You can see tokens, potions, trinkets, and there's a portion of this altar that serves as the throne's back, which features the carving of a rearing dragon, and there's a metallic key that is held firmly in the dragon's open jaws. And beneath the key, nestled in this throne, is this slender kobold dressed in a simple, elegant shawl, white as the snow and trimmed with white dragon scale. She gives you an appraising look as you enter, and Meepo scurries to her side, where they confer for a moment in whispered Draconic. She plays thoughtfully with the jade pendant that dangles from her thin neck for a moment, and then laughs brightly and addresses you in common. Yusdrael welcomes you to the domain of her people, Delvers. We of the Ashclaw clan do not often traffic with your folk. My dragon keeper seems to think that you may be of help to the clan in our hour of need. And she continues to toy with the pendant around her neck as she looks at you.
Heard you guys had a bit of a goblin problem.
You can see her very slender brows narrow in anger, but then relight themselves. She kind of exhales through her nostrils. Yes, we have been here for some months now, and the goblins have recently made this place their abode. We have been warring with them when we encounter, which has thankfully not been often, but this recent offense cannot go unpunished.
Yes, these goblins are disgusting creatures.
You have encountered them before, then?
I've destroyed numerous goblins.
We
As
had a
Go on, Gareth.
we had a settlement a bit up the ways that was attacked recently by some of their bands.
She kind of raises an eyebrow, or not an eyebrow, but her, an eyebrow crest that the kobolds have instead of actual brows. And she says, "The human settlement, Oakhurst, I believe it's called, was attacked by the goblins. They have not been so bold. And you say that you killed these creatures, you defeated them."
Yeah, a lot of them.
At this, the other kobolds, the armed ones, you can tell these are guards, right? In comparison to Meepo, who's kind of the commoner. They all let out a cheer in Draconic, and that one to her right looks at you, Gyrith, and gives you a very friendly nod and says in common, "Only good goblins a dead one." And Yusdrael says,
right.
"This is fortunate.
Here, here. I raise my hammer.
It seems that you have already done my clan service, and for this we thank you." And she gives you a very slight nod of her head as she continues to play with that jade pendant around her neck, just idly throughout this entire conversation. She looks at Meepo for a second, and then back toward you all, and she says, "My dragon keeper has been remiss in his duty. However, he knows something of the layout of this place. The goblins, they make their home to the north of our people. I have not been able to penetrate the entirety of the citadel because they arrived very shortly after our clan did. We were not able to map out the entire area. However, I would be happy to send the Meepo with you, with what knowledge he has. He might be able to aid you as well in returning the dragon to us, which absolutely must come back alive, preferably, but dead if need be."
Yeah, all right. I'll go ahead and help out with that.
She looks at you, that same piercing look, that draconic gaze, but then it softens and she looks genuinely happy. And just such a small creature, you can't help but think it's a little bit cute, that giddy look on her face. And she says, "Truly then, you are not the first adventurers that we have had good dealings with lately. I am happy to report this. I hope that with enough good encounters, perhaps we will be able to have commerce with the people of the nearby town, but in due time."
Yeah, you guys are pretty chill, says Fried. So tell us where to go, Nebo.
He says, "Well, I can. It's kind of back the way we came. It's just
I
in the
don't want to
north
get
chamber."
caught by the
Alright, let's get
kobolds.
going. I clap him on the back.
He nearly falls to the ground as you say this. As this has been going on, Jinxie, have you been kind of just nervous in the back the whole time?
Yes.
She gives you a very insightful gaze, as you've been kind of trying to keep from meeting hers this entire time. And she says, "Is there something wrong, dear? Are you well? Have the rats troubled you?"
Oh, I'm fine. I just have a little bit of cold and I don't want to get you sick.
Indeed. Well, if you find yourselves in need of rest during your time in this citadel, you are welcome to come back to my people, and we will offer you such accommodations as we can. And should you return our dragon to our clan, we will consider you great friends and will, of course, reward you appropriately. And she gestures to that very small table of items behind the throne, a couple of potion bottles, a few small trinkets.
At this point, Gamma will probably speak up and say, if you'd offer us such a magnificent reward, well, I suppose we should do our best to bring back that dragon alive, and kill as many goblins as we can along the way.
Indeed.
So long as you let other kobolds know that adventurers such as we are good to your people.
Of course. No one within Eustrael's domain shall be harmed with... Sorry, nobody within the Ashclaw clan shall harm you as long as you have my protection. I do wish you well in this task. The last party of humans that we saw come through here was, I suspect, not successful. We have not seen them since.
We were actually looking for some adventurers that came through here.
Indeed. What were their names?
These guys know their names. I look towards the party.
I have to just look at my notes. One of them was Sharwin. Sharwin and Taldrin Lucriel. There's also Sir Bradford the Paladin.
Ah, the children and their knight. Yes, they came through here 3-4 days ago. We offered them the same deal which would offering you safe passage, a just
Wait,
reward.
You haven't seen them? You haven't seen them for 3 or 4 days?
No. They entered the territory of the goblins. I do not know how far down the citadel winds. So I did not
Shit,
know.
they probably dead, man. Fried says as he looks towards the party.
So as you say that, you do curse the fates, but you also remember that Carowin was willing to pay you a reward if you could bring them back alive or return their bodies in a condition that they could be raised. Which, for those of you that don't know the conditions of the Raised Dead spell, basically you need an intact body that is not undead and has died within a week.
Oh, thank you
we
for the
can't go ahead
follow,
and
Red
just bring
Moon.
like a severed head or something like that.
You cannot, because that would require a resurrection or a true resurrection, which is a significantly more expensive spell.
Damn it. Well, hopefully their bodies are intact at least.
I shall pray to Tiamat for their safety.
Alright, Nebo. We need to get going. Unless anybody here wants to rest.
If you wish to rest, we can provide you quarters for the time being.
but I could use a short rest for my my second win. But other than
Yeah, I
that, I
could
don't
use
really.
the short rest as well.
Very well.
Guys,
Meepo.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Time is ticking, my friends.
You don't like dragon dogs?
Yuzdrael gives you this very, very curious look when you say dragon dog, like she's never heard that expression before.
I said, never heard this
Yes,
either. That's a new one for me.
Just look at her shiny black sniffer.
Well, you are under no onus, but if you do wish to rest, I can have Meepo show you to your quarters.
I'm turning in after all that mess trying to get here.
As you say that, Meepo scurries from her side and heads off down the hall, kind of looking back over the shoulder. Oh, come on. So we lead you down this hallway past these very large kobolds, who he cringes from as he passes them. You get the feeling that Meepo might get bullied by the other members of his warren. Like he is very much low man on the totem pole in these scenarios. So you come to another wooden door, which Meepo gives the password, the same one that he spoke earlier, which he translated as ticklecorn. And a kobold from within opens it, sees that it's Meepo, and just rolls his eyes, but then sees the group of humans behind him. Humans, tabaxi, furbolgs, humanoids, I should say, assorted. And with a very curious look, allows the rest of you inside. And within this chamber, you can see that this looks like the kobold's common room. You can see several small but smoky fires light this wide and high chamber. You can see spits, hamming racks, and other implements of a primitive culture that are visible through the haze. You can see several small figures that are busily working and playing within the chamber. Some of them are mending nets and snares, some are tending small flames and meals, and some are sharpening stakes and spears. There are several young kobolds that are play wrestling with a giant weasel in the center of the chamber.
What the heck?
A dire weasel.
They appear like they're just having the time of their life. 3 or 4 like young kobolds, you would kind of pin them as adolescents, like maybe 10, 11, like pre-adolescents. And they're just going at it with this weasel, who also appears to be having a great time.
Nice.
Freddy's gonna lay down directly on the floor and just go to sleep.
All right, Fred, with kind of both difficulty and ease, because it's a very crowded room, but also kobolds just make room for you when you move your enormous figure over to the fire. You're able to find a place very easily. This very old kobold, just this crone, right, approaches you with the walking stick, and you kind of get the sense that she's sort of like a den mother. And wordlessly, she leads the rest of you over to a place by the fire nearby the young kobolds, and she gives you some very relatively clean pallets of straw.
Yeah, Gareth will go ahead and sit down and just kind of watch them play it until he falls asleep.
She brings you all this. It it looks like tea, but it doesn't exactly smell like. But in these small bark cups, and she offers them to all of you.
Is it duck broth?
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
I'm just kind of like attached to Gareth's leg at this point.
You're not sure what it is, but it smells like it's got some herbs in it.
Hey, I like herbs. I drink it.
She hands one out to all of you, everyone who's willing to drink it. Yeah, go ahead and do so.
Charles is actually gonna ask.
I'll
what-
drink it.
I'm not going to drink it.
Jinxie,
I hand mine to Gareth.
as you go to refuse this drink for a moment, this very old kobold, she puts a very soft, the leather is old and it's soft now, very soft hand on your arm, and she gives you this very fleeting, kind of kind look, and offers the cup to you one more time.
I look towards Jinxie and I nod my head towards her, kind of letting her know that it tastes pretty good.
Come on, don't be a pussy. Just fucking drink your meal already.
Is that a racial slur to a tabaxi?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that.
Wow, yeah, that was racist.
Yeah, probably a little bit. Gareth just kind of knocks his back because he's hungry as fuck at this point.
So are you
This is
still
true.
abstaining, Jason?
Yeah, I kind of look at it and don't know what to do with it at this point. I kind of just playing around with my
Alright.
hands.
You're kind of just awkwardly holding your drink, trying not to be impolite. She gives you the old kobold den mother kind of gives you a wan smile, then goes over to attend to these other kobolds that are wrestling with the weasel, kind of grabs them off by their ears and brings them their own dinner. All of those of you can take a short rest in here. Use your hit dice as you see fit. You regain whatever you regain on a short rest, and all those of you that drank the herbal tea, which is what it was, you gain 1d4 temporary hit points, which you can go ahead and roll yourselves.
And Garrett should get 2 because I force fed him my drink.
Sure, you can roll 2d4. You're feeling extra invigorated, Gareth. However, make me a Constitution save if you choose to take that second one.
Wait, what?
I said, if you choose, you can also drink Jinxie's because she's offering it to you. But go make me a Constitution save if you drink that second one.
Sure, why not? Oh, cool. Okay.
So
So
I'm gonna go ahead
roll
and do this.
1d4 twice. All right, so you have 4 extra temp HP now, but you are jittery. You know, like when you have too much caffeine, like just like it's uncomfortably jittery, and you have a -1 on attack rolls for the next hour.
Haha, fun.
You're just, you're shaking as you try to lace your boots. You're like, I gotta do something with this. Sorry, for the next hour or until the temporary hit points go away. So after a little rest, you can hear a little flute music in the corner as one of the kobolds plays on a little bone flute. You all feel much healthier, ready to face the challenges of whatever lay within the citadel.
I'm gonna approach Nebo and say, "Are you ready to take us further into the citadel?"
You can see him kind of visibly swallow like one of those big just gulp, and he's like, ready as I'll ever be.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna want to do an insight check to see if he's how scared he is, if he's scared or whatever.
Make an insight check. Even with a 7, you can see that he is just shaking.
I say, Nebo, here, take this, and I take out a belaying pin. Wait, what the hell is this? Is it a rolling pin? The sailor background gets some sort of
The
club
belaying.
touch.
It's okay. You give him a whacking. You give him a club, basically.
Yeah, I give it to him. Okay, take this. Don't be afraid.
What do I do with this?
You can hit someone with it.
Okay.
Ah, good boy. And I slap him on the back 2 times.
You can there are tears in his eyes, just at the corners.
Shara kind of laughs as she considers giving him the crossbow so that she'll have 2 crossbow wielding.
So Gamble, what was it you were trying to say earlier?
I was just gonna note to all those who use their hit die, they will heal an extra 1d6 as well when they try to rest. Yes. Now
So
due to Gamma playing a bit of song while we lounge about.
What instrument are you playing?
What instrument indeed? I'll be playing the how do I pronounce this actually? That's the biggest thing. No, I'll make it simple. I'll be playing the viol while we sit
That's
about.
wonderful. You can hear the strings of the viol float ghostly into the chamber where they mix with the sound of that kobold playing the flute, and it's very beautiful, very calming. A couple of the small kobolds come up to look at your foreign instrument as you're playing.
Char is kind of trying to play cards. I don't know if the kobolds know any card games, or if maybe Gyrith. He's a soldier.
This clan doesn't know cards, but they know dice, and so they like games of chance, and they're willing to learn cards.
Uh,
Oh yeah, he has
Gyrith, by
a
the way,
card set actually. Huh?
do you recall how much HP you had before you started to rest and heal and all that sorts?
I think I was like down to 15, but you pretty much got me up to my full. So yeah.
So if you were technically down at 15 and you recovered, say, how many from hit die? 7 from hit die, 1. So that's from 15 to 15 to full, right?
Yeah.
So then you should have an amount of temporary HP from the T.
Yeah. 4.
So let's see.
It's in its own box.
Oh, it's in its own box.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna go
because
ahead and just add the little plus sign because the health bars conveniently allow you to add temp HP on this. You can just go over it.
so you see Frid exit, kind of bend down to spit his large frame through this door as he does so. Meepo scurries out behind him.
Give me 2 seconds, by the way. I'll be right back.
Do we need a quick break here? 5-minute break?
Sure. Yeah.
Yep, we'll
Sounds-
meet back. Yeah, bathroom break. Be right back. Is everyone back?
That's a maybe. I don't think everyone's here yet, though.
Throw a 1 into the chat if you guys are here. Yeah, and Frid's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we're all here. Okay, so you guys manage your short rest without any incident, other than a few curious young kobolds that come up to look at your armor and your instruments and whatnot. You exit a couple hours later. Yuzdrael is still sitting at her throne, inspecting that same pendant that she was wearing, looking at it very closely, as though she's studying it. She gives you all a very brief nod as you pass. I'll just kind of zip your tokens around here. Meepo leads you back to the room where you met him. Get you all there real quick. And the door in front of you, he tells you all, leads toward the goblin territory. And Gamble. And Meepo, and we're all here. Set out as you will. Frid, without any hesitation, tramples through the archway, heading along. You see another sort of empty stone hallway ahead of you.
I'm gonna use 1 second. Shield of Faith.
Okay, so for the next 10 minutes, you have +2 AC.
Yep. Guys, let's sprint through this dungeon. I'll just be in front.
All right, Frid, go ahead.
Sora kind of laughs and she's like, "All right, you be in front."
So
pretty good
Meepo
idea.
just kind of sees this insane man go sprinting off into the dungeon and just kind of takes up the rear with Arthur. Gamble, can you move your token?
Yes, I can. I just have. Let me clear my throat. I've been having like vision stuff going on. That's pretty much all right now.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna transform myself into a goblin, like a large goblin.
Like a hobgoblin.
1 foot shorter or taller. FYI, even for you, you cannot look like a small creature. You can look like a medium-sized creature. You can't look like a small creature.
I can become 3 feet smaller.
Yeah, so you can go from like what 8 feet to 5 feet.
Well, I was 7.5 feet, so like.
So you can go to 4.5 feet. Which
Yeah.
let me see how tall goblins are real quick.
Pretty tall for a goblin.
You know what you could do? You could make yourself look like a hobgoblin.
Yeah.
Hobgoblin.
That's what I should do.
Make yourself a hobgoblin. That'll be much easier because they're like humanoid size, right?
Yeah.
Goblins are literally like 3 feet tall. Like 3.5 foot tall goblin would be a really tall goblin.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, they're short little bastards. But yeah, the hobs are much taller. So you come to a door, wooden door. You stated that you're going to be sprinting through this dungeon, so I assume that you just kind of bust it open the second you run into it, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Frid slams open this door. You see another one in front of you. You want to just slam that one open too?
Yep.
All right, I'll give you. Only narration for this room is empty chamber is home only to rat droppings, crumbled flagstone, and stains. So you plow right through it. You enter the next chamber. So in this chamber, you can see in front of you a long hallway fading into the dark. In this room, though, specifically, you can see dust and odd bits of stony debris, rubble, characteristic throughout this place, lies scattered on the floor. And there's an ornate fountain that is built into the eastern wall. Though cracked and stained, the fountain's overarching carving of a diving dragon retains its beauty. And a relief-carved stone door stands on the western wall. Snowflakes and moonlight drift through the half-submerged window along the eastern wall. Western wall, sorry.
Oh shit! What the hell happened? Oh no! My roll 20 got like messed up.
No problem. So you have a relief carved door to the left of you, and you have the fountain of a diving dragon to the right.
I want to see if there's
I'm gonna
anything
look
distinct, anything hidden.
You notice something. Yeah, you do notice something. You notice draconic runes on the basin of the statue in front of you, which you cannot understand.
Nebel, what does this say?
Oh, and he squints at it for a second and he says, let there be fire. And the moment he says, let there be fire, the statue in front of Meepo begins to bleed from its jaws. At least for a moment, you think it's blood. But it's this deep crimson liquid that just trickles and trickles and trickles from the dragon's mouth until it has completely filled the basin in front of you. It's this deep, shimmering red, and then it stops flowing as soon as the basin is filled.
Anybody know what the heck this is?
Goes up to it and like dips her finger in it and then like licks it.
Roll me a con save. All right. You take 1 point of fire damage as this incredibly spicy, unpreparedly spicy flavor seeps over your tongue, and this jet of flame pours out of your mouth. Everyone roll me an Arcana check with advantage.
Ooh, spicy.
Wait, I give you guys guidance. Whoever wants guidance.
You can only do that to one person. Yeah.
If you'd pass guidance to me, I believe I'd be pretty efficient.
Why the hell does it keep going back?
What does guidance give again?
1d4.
D4.
Oh, what's your passive perception, McDuberton? 15?
Yeah.
If you can add that to your name along with your AC, that'll help me out. It'll keep me from letting you miss anything that you shouldn't miss.
True.
All right, Wolfish with Gameldor with a 20. Instantaneously, even from the color of the red liquid alone, you suspected what it was, but Ashara's reaction confirms. This is a potion of fire breath. It enables one, after drinking it, essentially to emulate the powers of a dragon and breathe fire for a limited time after imbibing.
Interesting. All right. I will go ahead and let everyone know. It seems there's a plentiful amounts. There's no reason not to.
I'm gonna drink some. I'm gonna drink it right now.
Okay, yeah, let's just drink some. I was gonna say we don't have any bottles to take it, but yeah,
Well,
we can
actually, Gareth has a water skin he can fill it up with, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
You can fit 3 doses of Potion of Fire Breath in the water skin.
Oh wait, I have that too. I think I have a water skin. It comes with the equipment pack, right?
Yep.
Alright, so we drank some as well, though, which is probably alright.
You'll no longer have water, but you know.
Who needs water?
I think I'll go ahead and take a sip. I'm not really afraid of fire.
Okay, so who's filling, who's sipping? There's enough in here for 5 doses total.
We can just
Gareth,
drink
you
the
gotta
bottle
go ahead
and-
and fill first before anybody drinks some.
All right,
How
so
many doses can we fit in a water skin yet?
you can fit 3 inside of a water skin.
So
I'm
Gareth
gonna
has
start
already taken his.
sprinting forward.
I'm gonna ponder for a moment. I allow I motion for everyone to allow the dwarf to get some of the liquid if he aims to sip, and whoever has a water skin might fill it with the 3 other doses.
Roll a perception check, Fred, and we'll pause there, and we'll get back to you in a sec. So, for expediency's sake, let's say, Gareth, you fit 3 doses in yours, and if anyone wants to fit the other 2 doses in their water skin, they're welcome to. Speak now. Arthur says that he wants to breathe fire, and he empties out his water skin and fills the remaining 2 doses into his water skin.
Alright, there you go, boy.
Not letting this opportunity pass me up. So the other thing that you saw earlier, Fred, with the perception, but you're no longer there to tell anyone about it. So this will just be knowledge in your mind as you go sprinting into your doom. Is that there are more runes in Draconic on the door opposite the fountain, and there are more stone reliefs. In this case, skeletal dragons.
Alrighty, I'll tell the crew if I end up surviving.
All right, so you can hear the telltale chittering, that clicking, that diseased smell the moment you enter this room. This long hallway is composed of what appear to be prison cells, and as you pass them, you can see the shadows, tails, fangs, long claws moving within. You immediately identify them as diseased rats, similar to the ones you encountered earlier, the size of pigs, those predatory creatures. And all of these doors are passing. They're prison doors, cell doors, rusted iron, all standing ajar. And you can see at the end of the hallway ahead of you is a pit, like a trap door and a pit that has been wedged open with iron bars propping open the props of the trap door. But I need you, Fred. Actually, I need everyone to go ahead and select their tokens and roll for initiative. But everybody but Frid will be considered surprised for this round because none of you are within distance to perceive that this is happening.
At least he didn't just run into a room full of diseased giant rats.
Wait, hold on. Like Jeff did? You mean he's gonna die just like Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
I'll be alright.
That's what Jeff thought with his 20 AC.
Oh crap, I have 20 AC.
I bet you do. Let me just get Meepo in there. Didn't have his
Well,
sheet up.
he is a gunner because he wants to run off. Question is, should I be nice enough to go heal him, or watch him die in agony and pain?
Just a quick question: if an enemy has advantage and you choose to dodge, how does that work out?
Oh, we'll see how it works out. But basically, it gives them disadvantage to hit you.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. If they have advantage and you choose to dodge, it just evens it out.
Right.
Oh, they didn't actually give me a sheet for Meepo, so let me use a Kobold Commoner's stats for him because he's a Kobold Commoner. Tell you what, we'll say that he's been upgraded to Kobold instead of Kobold Commoner because of his time tending the dragon.
I was born evil. I'm just trying to play a good character.
All right, so I have some very swift giant rats in this fight.
These dudes
you're
are just
fucked.
waiting.
You're fucked.
Am I?
You're straight fucked. Okay, so 3 giant rats, actually 5 giant rats.
That's not good when the DM says that.
Rushing out of the room.
It's gonna be alright.
As you come slamming down the hallway, 7.5 feet of you in chainmail, your shield, your weapon. These creatures, predatory by nature, they knew you by your scent, but your entry into their domain with such unimpeded brazenness, they spring upon you, the 6 that are in initiative above you, and sorry, the 5 that are in initiative above you, and they... Ugh. Okay, so the first one technically would not attack with advantage because it had to get to you before, you know what I'm saying? But so you have 1 attack and 4 at advantage.
Alright. Do your worst, rats.
All right, what's your AC? You're at 18 AC?
20 with Shield of Faith.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You have Shield of Faith up. Okay, 20 AC. So 16 misses you. 24 crits you.
But do you
take
Jet?
5 piercing damage. as you bat these creatures
There
off
is a
with
reason
your
I go by the name
shield,
Karma.
with your warhammer, but one of them just leaps at the back of your neck and sinks its teeth deep into the back of your neck, and you feel blood trickling down your shoulders. And the 23 also hits you for another 3 piercing damage. So you take 8 piercing damage this turn as 2 of these creatures just sink their fangs into you, and I need 2 Constitution saves. All right, your body already familiar with this strange disease. You managed to shake it off, but you are unsteady on your feet as these creatures come just rushing into you, and you're completely surrounded by them. You have no means of escape. Meepo is surprised this round. Ashara is also surprised. They both hear the sounds of combat from up ahead, but they were busy with this door. Yes, these rats went already. Frid, it is your turn. You can see your doom impending. You can see flashes before your eyes from you when you were just a tiny furbolg, only 6 feet tall. What would you like to do?
Alright. Whoa.
You strike out frenziedly.
Wait.
All right, so you pray to Strongmouse with a fervor that you have known only a few times in your life. And which two are you attacking?
The ones on top.
Okay, you attack the 2 to the north. A 12 hits for 7 damage, which it takes a couple steps forward to you, but then it just crumples to the ground, the internal bleeding being too much for it. And with 19, with your channel divinity, you just kind of close your eyes, you say that prayer, and you bring it down, and the creature is destroyed utterly by the blast of your hammer.
Frid roars in victory at killing 2 of the rats.
You have 2 rats down. Boy Arthur still surprised. Gamble Aziz also hearing the sounds of fighting to the north. And this last rat finally makes its way out of the cell and once again cuts off your escape and attacks you with advantage. With the 23 to hit for 4 piercing damage.
Alright.
What are you at now?
I am 9.
All right, Jinxie, you are surprised. You can hear that the screaming of this titanic furbolg and those fervent prayers, but
Hey guys,
can't do anything this round.
I think Fred just stuck his foot in a trap.
All of you are now alerted to this. As you, Frid, face once more a barrage of 3 bite attacks with advantage.
It's gonna be alright.
It is a 21, a 16, and a 16, which both hits you. The 21, however, hits you for 5 piercing damage.
Alright.
So Meepo, hearing the sounds of fighting, immediately hides behind the corner and just.
God damn it, Meepo.
Ashara, you're up. You can see down the hallway barely with your sight, just the dim shapes of combat.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go as far as I can. Then I'm gonna attack with my crossbow.
All right, move up 30 feet and attack. You can see 4 rats, the shapes of 4 rats currently chewing on your ally. And you level your crossbow to take a shot, but the mass of leaping forms around him, it's just too hard for you to get a real visual understanding of what's going on. And while that's happening, that last rat bites for Frid again with advantage. With an 18 to hit, it hits your AC exactly for 5 piercing damage.
No, I still got Shield of Faith.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You have 20 AC. I'm mistaken. Actually,
So,
no,
yeah.
you might not. I'm sorry. I need you to make me. Let me see how many times you've been hit. I need some concentration saves. Yeah. 1 concentration save, 2 concentration saves, 3, 4 con saves. After that third rat attack, your
He is a
connection to
dead
Strong Mouse
furbog.
falters.
God damn it.
DD dead.
Feel the faith after the third attack, so make sure nothing else would have hit you. Yeah, nothing else would have hit you. But you do take this 5 points of piercing damage.
Alright, I'm knocked out, guys.
You can see Frid's form unconscious on the floor as these numerous predatory rats swarm around him, keen
Yes,
on
Jen, I
claiming
think
their prize as swiftly as
this
they
is
can.
the
Frid,
DM
it's your turn. Could you make me a
teaching
death save,
Fred
please?
not to just run off
Yep.
for everybody.
Damn it!
Frid, you see this just gout of blood from Frid's throat with each pulse of his heart, which
No.
slows the cadence of which. The boy Arthur, seeing this happen, rushes up behind Ashara and take a shot at one of these cursed beasts that are currently drinking the lifeblood of Frid. And a 15 does hit. He attacks the one south of you.
It's like, dude,
And
we're
he
only
strikes
level
it for 2
2.
piercing damage.
Do not go running off by yourself.
And indeed, the bolt severs the tail of the rat, which gives this great yelp of pain and turns to face him. Gamal Aziz, you can see from far, far back, you can see the fading life of your friend Frid just spilling out onto the floor around these vermin.
I made a mistake, guys.
Alright, let's see. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That should be a good distance.
You see,
Save me,
the
Gamal.
next, you see the next rat just poised to strike him.
Which of these rats will you define as the next rat?
Oh, I'm sorry. That would be this one in the back. It is just rearing back, preparing to chew on him.
Destroy him, please.
Okay, seeing that rat about to chew on him, I'm gonna go ahead and first use a bonus action to use Healing Word on our fallen dwarf friend.
Thank God. Wait, I'm not a dwarf. I'm a fairbog.
You're a furball? Oh, okay. You're just
What's
really
the,
furry.
what is the healing word that enters his ear?
Rise.
Oh,
And
heck yeah.
your eyes blink open, and you have roll that healing word. You have wow, that's a great roll. You have
That's a really good roll.
as you're back on your feet. And for your action,
For my action, I'm gonna go ahead and use another spell. It'll be my last level 1 spell of the day. Dissonant Whispers.
cannot cast 2 spells on the same turn unless one of them is a cantrip.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I can't do Dissonant Whispers. For the time being, Gamble can't do anything else.
Okay. You want to know vicious mockery?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Gamble will go ahead and let loose a string of swears at the far rat.
Which are perplexing to the rat, yet nonetheless your arcane enchantment has its effect. It is momentarily confused by your address to it, and it feels that wave of energy wash over it. But then it leans down to strike blah blah blah. I'm sorry, Frid, who is still prone on the floor. So this creature is just making a regular attack. 13 to hit, does miss. Very, very good that you gave him disadvantage. Kingsey, you are now able to act. You can see the rest of the group beginning to galvanize themselves toward this mass of rats. Jinxie.
Yep. Aha!
Oh, that's
Alright, so I'm gonna move right here, and I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on this one.
and it doesn't even dodge. It just the writhing of its snapping at Frid causes it to avoid the fire. We have not fucking sacred flame, man.
That was good damage
Gareth.
too.
Gareth, I'm sorry.
Alright,
Let's see how far I can actually get from here. Okay.
Oh, it
I'll
was
go
nice
ahead
damage, but
and
the rat
move
resisted it.
Up. Trying to think. I'll go ahead and toss a hand axe at that one.
The
Roll
thing
it.
is, I only have one slot left for level 1 spell.
That's a hit. The hand axe, Gareth reels back, just and goes flying end over end. And this is the one that Arthur shot the tail off earlier. And you see the hand axe just bisect the stump, go deep in, and the creature
Because they're
falls over
poisoned.
forward
At the
dead.
beginning of this session, I don't think he was in here yet. At the beginning of the
Sweet,
session, because
alright.
I used one as a bed, I had a roll to see if I
The
got
giant
poisoned.
rats are back up, however. And the one to the southwest of you and the one to the west of you both attack you with advantage.
It's gonna be all
I
right.
know, right?
20 and a 23 hit.
All right, I'm knocked out again.
You take how much you had 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just unconscious again. No failed death saves.
I purposely did not heal.
Meepo, seeing that he's being left behind, he kind
Go!
of
I forgot I
crawls
had
forward a
healing
little
spells.
bit, clutching the
My
belaying pin
bad.
that he was given like it's
My
just
bad.
a crucifix practically. Ashara, you're up.
Love it. All right. I think I'm gonna go in there with my swords and sword it.
I know, Jen. I'm bad. But I feel like she ran
Ashara,
off
she
and just
drops the
said,
crossbow
"Forget it. I was
on the
going to run
floor.
off."
She draws
And
both of her long swords
I'm not
and
big into
charges
people
forward.
who don't play as a team.
16 hits with a practiced ease. You dissect the first rat. Its entrails just spilling to the floor all around Frid. You charge. Can you take a 5-foot step forward to the second one? Do you have movement?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, and then in that case, a 14 will hit as well. You arc a deep gash into the creature, but you do not quite manage to find anything vital. It just reels back bleeding. Frid, you're up. You're prone on the ground, unconscious. Make me a death save. That is a fail. You have 1 failed death save.
God damn it.
The boy Arthur, seeing follows suit, runs up behind Ashara, sees this one to the north about to make another strike at you on the floor, Frid, and he levels his crossbow and fires at it. And a 13 will hit.
Oh, heck yeah.
And he strikes true just as the creature rears back to bite you and deliver the finishing blow, Frid. Arthur kneels with his crossbow, a practiced aim, puts a bolt straight through the creature's mouth. It pierces its brain and it falls over, twitching.
My savior, yo.
Yeah, boy.
He cries out in exuberance, having seen that he's been effective. Galen,
Man.
Let's see.
Ew, what the heck?
Let's see.
Stop it, Rambo.
All right, seeing as I can. Well, there's only one rat left. Hoping for the best, I go ahead and curse at this rat for its existence once more, or another
Rambo,
rat rather.
No.
you're gonna mockery him? Okay, gotcha. That's what that was. They're not very wise creatures. This one, too, is bewildered by that wave of agony that washes through its mind, and it gives up the ghost. It's that last little neuron spasms and aneurysms. So you have a still unconscious Furbolg. You have some dead rats. We're still making death saving throws though, so Jinxie, you're up. You spare the dying.
Okay.
He is now.
Yes, spare the dying.
All right, we're out of combat. Meepo creeps up behind you.
Rambo, stop.
So you see your unconscious Furbolg friends sprawled out on the floor under a heap of dead rats, some of them just spilling their guts on top of him. You see 6 iron cell doors that are standing open into the rooms of what you can now discern as cells now converted to rats' nests. and you can see that pit that has been propped open in front of you. And other things of note is that door that you guys didn't fully investigate in the room behind you. And there's also another door to the west of you, which is a standard wooden door, much like the other ones you've seen in here. What would you like to do?
Well, is it possible to heal poor Fred?
Well,
Poor Fred, yo.
Fred to run off and get himself killed.
You guys have healing
so-
potions.
So I have
Do you have
one
healing
healing
potions?
spell. I have one healing spell left, and if I take it, then we won't have any healing.
I have a healing potion. Ramon, no. Come here.
All right, so Jinxie, you lean down, you channel the energy of Saloon, and that warm glow brings you back to life. And it's calming for a second until you fully regain consciousness and realize just where you are, and that adrenal response kicks back through you. Sit back up, bolt upright, throwing the rats off the top of you. You've got 10 HP again, though. You're conscious.
I'm gonna use a healing potion.
All right, without a word to your saviors, you pop the top off the healing potion and start glugging greedily, restoring another 8 hit points.
I just kind of turn towards everybody and thank them. Thanks for saving my life, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot. There was like a door down there that I should have told you about, or like there was something on the wall.
Carved reliefs of skeletal dragons and more runes of draconic.
Yeah, we should ask Nebo about what those runes were.
So I'm going to cast.
You cast Thaumaturgy, and the door to your west flies open, slamming on the wall behind it with a great force.
No.
It flies open. Come on. That's what it says.
No.
They fly
No.
open or slam shut.
No. Is that what I want to do?
Still unfamiliar with these divine powers that you've gotten recently. You're not entirely sure how to petition your deity just right, but the door slams on the wall as Saloon's blessing is just a little bit too forceful in this moment. But within, instead of alerted goblinoids or anything, what you see instead is a completely empty flagstone chamber. I mean, rat droppings, dust, cobwebs, but nothing remarkable.
He knows it's about to like go off in my dragon voice.
Hey, there's another door though.
Yes, Ashara, from within you can see another door. Wooden door. To the north.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I open this door. Well, if it's unlocked.
Absolutely. You pull the door open, and immediately as you do so, there is a ting, 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 ting. And you look up and you see a small silver bell attached to the door overhead, which you had not noticed before you pulled it open. Whoa. I just drug all of the dynamic lighting off the screen. But within, you can see two things. You see a long hallway, about 20 feet long, covered in caltrops, spiked metal implements intended to stop the movement of anyone who would want to move through the area quickly. And at the end of the hallway, you can see a low, mortared wall, apparently built there recently, not part of the surrounding architecture, improvised, very rough, about 2 to 3 feet high.
I tell the party this.
So you call out to the party.
Yeah.
So as you do so, Ashara, two small humanoid entities leap up from behind the wall, short bows drawn and ready, and fire at you. One moment. I'm gonna need initiative again from everyone. Let me get let me clear the order real quick.
Can we say that I got my crossbow off the ground?
Yes, I always assume, like, if you guys have to drop weapons to interact in fights, I always assume that you guys immediately pick them up after initiative, unless they, like, went over a waterfall or something. Alright, so this first round, everyone is surprised except for the two goblins, who, alerted by the sound of the bell that Ashara triggered, and also by the slamming of the door, gave them a little more time to prepare. Both of them fire at Ashara. With advantage because they were hidden on their first shot, so a 20 and a 22 to hit you, Ashara.
Huh.
For a total of 14 piercing damage as you feel one of these arrows enter your rib, and you think it may have punctured your lung as your breath starts coming to you in these short, ragged draws. But you are up. You do have very trained reflexes that give you the drop in this fight.
I'm gonna shoot
Man.
them with the crossbow, and then I'm gonna move out of the way.
All right,
This place is a bad time.
you're gonna have a bad time. Yep. So you fire the crossbow, but it just clatters uselessly off of that short wall as the goblin ducks behind it. Oh, sorry. And real quick, they both made hide checks as bonus actions on their turn. And one of them disappeared. So Gamal Aziz, you're up, my friend. You've heard Ashara's yell of pain. You heard her crossbow playing out. You suspect that there's been an ambush of some kind.
So I didn't see that figure disappear into the shadows.
No, you're in the room back with Gareth, Meepo, Frid, and Arthur. Only Jinxie and Ashara are in the next room.
Yeah, you probably just heard, like a Shara yell, and that's about it.
All right. I'll go ahead and advance into the room and place myself into this corner.
Okay.
I assume it's coming from the far door over there. So Gamma will go ahead and hold his action and get ready to levy loose a vicious mockery if anything comes through.
Okay. Arthur's gonna take his turn real quick because I forgot to move him. As he hears Ashara crying out in pain, he darts around to Meepo and sprints into the room. And he can just make it in order to see the goblin and shoot at it. He does miss, as it's a very rushed shot, and his bolt doesn't even make it into the room. It just falls uselessly off of that doorway to the near Jinxie.
Oh, Yoshi,
Gareth,
I'm
you're
not
up.
for sure.
Gareth,
I am
sorry.
playing tonight. I'm not DMing.
All right. So
there
he's
is
gonna
a
go
rogue
ahead
and a Furbolg
move into
warrior.
the room here.
I'm still learning who everybody is.
So does he
I
have
believe Ashara is a thief.
Yes, he does. Okay. Okay, so I'm actually gonna have him go right here. And he's gonna go ahead and toss a hand axe at that guy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Here we go.
Once again, this goblin makes
believe the
wonderful
person
use of the
south
cover
of
which
me,
it's prepared for itself, and it just ducks
which
behind the
doesn't have their
wall as the
name down.
hand
This
axe
person right here,
whizzes
I believe,
over it
is a
and
warrior
clatters
cleric of some
off
sort,
off the
because
far
they've casted a cleric spell.
far wall behind. There we go.
Okay.
Jinxie, you're up.
Get him, Gareth! Get him! Well, since Jinxie really doesn't have much she can actually even do right now, I know you're all gonna hate me, but I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame. It's the only thing I have.
Bless you.
That was the first
I
time.
actually hit something. Oh my gosh! I actually hit something.
Even with the +2 bonus from cover, which no, Sacred Flame denies that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
You would have hit either way, but wonderful. You lob a ball of fire into the room, and this goblin goes, and it just bursts full in its face. And you can see its hair is all singed and kind of burning, and it's just reeling from the impact. Frid, you're up. Hear the sounds of combat from within. You
Okay,
hear
so
Jinxie's
this is night
cry
number
of
2
joy as she
playing,
finally hits
and
the Sacred
I
Flame.
have cast so many Sacred Flames and not hit anything.
Fuck it, I'm gonna throw a Sacred Flame as well.
All right, go ahead. The second Sacred Flame leaps over the wall and just slams into this goblin's chest, absolutely incinerating it, leaving just this blowing.
So the trick is to like cast all my healing spells, so I have no healing spells whatsoever, and then cast Sacred Flame. Then it works good.
And just falls to the ground, smoldering.
Then I'm gonna go prone.
Okay, you go prone. The next goblin, you can tell this. You can't see him, but you can hear him moving from within. And you can tell that this goblin, having seen his ally just decimated, it crawls very swiftly underneath
Yeah,
the battlement, the crenellation in front of you, into a section of the room that you cannot
my
see.
DC is like a
And then you
12.
hear the sound of a door just being slammed open and footsteps disappearing.
Are we out of combat?
Yes, for the moment you are out of combat.
Alright, I'm gonna stand up. Alright.
Why
are
were
you guys
you
ready to
laying
move in?
down, you silly person?
Oh, you know, just to be safe from projectiles. We're shooting
You were
at
just
us.
trying to hide behind me. That's all it was. I'll save you. Don't worry.
Oh no, definitely not. I was just being tactical,
Okay.
doing tactics. It's the way of the war clerics to be tactical. Except for when we occasionally run straight down hallways and get attacked by
yes,
six rats.
straight down hallways to your death.
Just the occasional flourish.
Yeah, just occasionally.
Okay, so I have no spells. All I have is my cantrips.
I still have one spell slot if anybody needs healing.
I think most
Yeah,
of us are good
when
for
I
now.
level up, I'm going to put 2 points
I think
into
the best
wisdom.
bet would be if any of us go down, we should have a spell ready.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
you guys have several directions to choose from right now. You have deeper in the tunnel toward the rats. You have deeper this way, past the caltrops. You have that whole southern way that was locked by the dragon key. You have that room, and you have the door in the room with the fountain. And then you have, yeah, that's it. North of the
Yeah,
north of
and
the
just
rats,
for
there was
like
that pit.
role-playing
They didn't
aspects,
stop
I've always wanted to play it tabaxi, so
Well, fuck that rat room. There's more rats.
I have to kind of
there,
like
so-
take the
Yeah, fuck
lower
rats.
stat to have
Yeah.
the
I hate
role-playing
rats so
character I
much.
want.
I hate rats more than any other
This way.
enemy in DnD. So how about we go into this room and move up?
So let's keep going this way. There's goblins.
Are you
this
going to
way.
walk on the cantrips?
The caltrops could
they're-
very easily
the
be picked up
caltrops.
for purpose for your own use if you did so choose. It would take you probably 10 minutes to pick up all 200 of these, but
Let's
you could
pick 'em
have
up.
them
How about we have boy Arthur help us with the caltrops? As he does so, we can go ahead and at least look around, carefully scout, and by the time he's
Exactly.
done, we should be ready.
Picking up caltrops is exactly what we bring kids for, isn't it?
You see him this
Pick
just
up my
withering
mess.
look. This just withering look as he's like, okay, come on.
Gareth will actually go
But then he
ahead
looks
and
at
pick up
Meepo
the
and says,
caltrops.
all right, fine. The kobold has to help me though.
All right.
Meepo just shrugs. It's not the most demeaning thing he's been told to do today by somebody about his size. Working together.
Yeah,
it'll
it was
still
very
take
weird,
them about,
Yoshi.
7 or 8
agree with
minutes
that.
to get all of those caltrops. And Arthur, as he's doing this, he says, I get to keep
I
some.
keep telling the group that I don't have any healing
That's
spells, and
perfectly
that is who I
fine.
am.
You might find some use out of 'em, or play a practical joke.
Gareth
It's
will
good at that age.
All right, so he sets about the task with
So now I'm just
greater
basically a
enthusiasm
walking
now.
Greek wizard, I guess. Throwing sacred flame
How
everywhere.
about we take a long rest here? We can bar this door somehow. And we got we picked up the caltrops. But anyways, if somebody doesn't need a long rest, they could kind of just stay awake, keep going.
There's only one short rest per day and then one long rest for 24 hours, right?
Not necessarily. It's just that a short rest takes 20 minutes at minimum, and a long rest takes 8 hours at minimum. And you get half of your hit dice back when you take a long rest.
Wait, yeah.
I think it'd be preferable if we had a short rest. After all, we don't want the dragon disappearing on us. We can go ahead and bar up, and by the time we're done, we should have all the caltrops nice and snug somewhere.
A combat
Well,
medic.
A short
fighter.
rest isn't going to help me at all. But
charisma is always my dump stat.
we
when
can
I'm
just
able to
continue
roll
onward if you guys
stats.
are down.
Well, stats plus any stat corresponded to something else, and I end up the highest.
So 7 or 8 minutes have passed. Instead of scouting,
nice.
you guys did a bunch of conversing. And Arthur walks up to y'all
So
with
you're
a
a
bag full
charisma
of
player. So
about
are you
150
like
caltrops, as he's decided to keep a quarter of them for himself.
150?
Yeah, you guys
Sorry, I
have
was listening to what he was
150
saying.
caltrops. It takes a bag of 10 caltrops to cover effectively a 5-foot square.
Okay, I'll go ahead and add that to the party treasury for now until we figure out what to do with it.
For it.
All we need now
This
is a
kid also
bouncing ball.
has,
We can make a game at it.
And I'm keeping track of the caltrops on Arthur's sheet, like the ones he has.
Alright, what are we doing, team?
What'll
I
it
need
be?
to rest.
I need to heal. If you'd like to heal me before we rest or something. I guess if it's a long rest, then I'll just
Do you have any hit points? Your hit point bar is gone.
Oh, I have 9 out of 21.
You'll be fine.
Oh.
If you get knocked out, we'll just raise you. With my one spell.
No, hold on. Where is it at? I do have this.
Are you using that, Jinxie?
Yes, I'm going to use it on Ashara.
All right, beautiful. So, Jinxie holds aloft that crescent moon, symbol of Ceylon, and she begins murmuring an incantation under her breath. And after a moment, Ashara, it's like on an evening night when the clouds have parted and the moonlight suddenly shines through. But you're indoors, it's possible. But for a moment, there's that brief silver shimmer that washes over you. And after it fades, you feel inwardly calm, tranquil, and your wounds have closed. You gain 10 hit points.
I thank her for her wonderful healing.
So, we're down Channel Divinity from both of our clerics, a number of spells from the party. However, we appear to be very healthy amongst ourselves, relatively speaking. We have a new haul of caltrops. What would the party like to do? We have several rooms that we haven't searched as well.
Do you guys think it's possible to bar this door? Like, what does the door look like? Does it look like it's something that can be like,
The one that you're standing in front of, it opens outwardly, like slams open. So you could not bar it from the inside.
Wait, where'd Fred go?
He is further north, past the Caltrop hallway, old ex-Caltrop hallway. Standing beside me, though.
Garrett, sorry. For some reason I can move your token too, and I keep grabbing a hold of you.
well, I think that maybe we should move on ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I'm good to go. I just don't know about the spellcasters.
We could block both of these doors. We could block both of these doors and get some spells back. We could use Fred's body to block one of the doors. This is fur bulk.
I would think it'd be wise to abandon trying to block off this chamber and work our way backward instead. It seems as though it'd be difficult to actually secure this area.
I mean, if we're going back, we could always just go back to the kobold place and sleep with them.
So it's been, literally, it has been 30 minutes since you last saw the kobolds.
That'd be awkward.
I'm just throwing that out there, because you guys, what happened? Like, you sprinted down the hallway, ran into the group of rats, got mauled by them, right? That didn't even take a minute for you to get mauled by the rats, stumble back to your feet. You guys took like 5 minutes healing yourselves, walked into the next room, got shot at by goblins. That encounter didn't even take a minute. And then you guys took like 10 minutes to talk and pick up the caltrops. So it's been about 30 minutes since you were last at the kobold camp.
So, how about we make a quick assessment instead? Who actually has a healing spell that might help, or healing ability, or access to healing that might help us if someone is felled somehow?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have one spell slot.
I'm in a similar predicament. I have another healing word that might help.
To be honest, that's good enough for us to scout, like, at least forward, like, a little bit. And if we encounter, like, too much resistance, we can just run back.
I think I agree with that tactic. I think it'd be good to just slowly progress and take our time.
Yeah.
Maybe then we won't end up on the floor somewhere.
Yeah.
So what'll it be?
Let's go forward, guys. Alright, I'm not really sneaky or anything.
Move yourselves as you will.
Let's see here.
I mean,
Gareth, are you up with the party in the next room?
Yes, I cannot wait to get like a reviving spell, some sort, like a raise dead or
Gareth, you
something.
there?
he's moving his token.
Okay, I looked away for a sec, my bad. All right, so who's doing what?
So used to starting at level 3
I
and quickly
guess,
getting level 4.
since
But playing at level
they-
2 is really
since
hard.
Fred has scooted back instead of forward. I guess I will start creeping down this hall.
You should just sneak on ahead and let
Yeah,
us know
stabilization.
what's going on.
Yes.
Okay, sure, I'll sneak.
All right, stealth check with disadvantage. You are wearing chain.
Oh wait, you're... Oh, damn it.
Regardless, very good. 19.
Level 1. Yes, I. Oh my gosh, I played
Oh, okay.
the Curse of Strahd, the
And
Death House, or whatever
I
it is.
sneak back
Level 1.
to the
Oh my
party
gosh.
And I tell
Play at level 0. What you have? What would
I'm
you
like,
have
yo,
at
guys,
level
there's
0?
like
Like 1 hit point?
at least 2 goblins right up ahead.
2
At
goblins.
least 2. Yeah, 2 is nothing. We can take care of this. Fred is gonna start sprinting down the hall. No, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna do that.
I mean, you said it.
I didn't move. I didn't move my character.
With 6 hit points?
So what's the plan?
I mean, what else
Unfairly
can we
dexterous.
do?
But would you
Other than,
have
like,
any
just go forward.
spells?
Right?
Miko very calmly said, "There were
I was
those
just
runes you wanted me
guessing.
to
At
read?"
1 hit point. I mean, that would be make it
Oh,
even
yeah.
more hard mode. You
Let's
get
go read
1
those
hit
runes.
point.
We can go back and read
You
those
stub your
runes.
toe.
All right,
You
Fred
die.
confidently just trumps back into the fountain room.
I'm fairly certain that there's no danger anymore.
The shark kind of trails behind.
Here. What does it say, Meepo?
Let me see. It says, "Rebuke the dead, open the way." And as he steps near the door, like this close, within 5 feet, Jinxie, you notice this too, being so close. It's already very chilly, being winter in the stone cavernous citadel.
Oh,
The
jeez.
air near the door is noticeably
Oh.
colder, and you can even see your breath in wisps as you enter it. And Meepo kind of recoils after a moment.
Yeah, it's kind of chilly, I guess. How about
Yeah.
we go north? Have we checked out the north?
You've not. You got jumped by the rats, and then you guys kind of just left that hallway. So, like I said, you can see rats' nests inside of each of these cells. And beyond that, you can see in front of you, you can see another fountain similar to the one that you got the potion of fire breath from. You can see 2 10-foot wide trapdoors, also 10-foot deep, that are jammed open with iron rods, holes, in each of these 2 squares where it says T.
It doesn't say T for us. It's like on a GM layer
Oh.
or something.
Let me fix that. Yeah, that is on GM. That's dumb because those traps are visible. Like they're set off by a previous adventuring party. Right, you can see them now.
I'm gonna just jump across.
Yeah, with ease. Anybody that has at least 10 strength doesn't even need to roll an athletics check.
Is this door open or is it closed?
The door across is closed. It is a wooden door, and it doesn't appear to be locked.
Hey, Jinxie,
Use
do
that
the thing.
Do what?
You know that thing with the flinging of the doors.
She's casting thaumaturgy.
Yes, I'll cast Thaumaturgy.
Awesome. Sorry, I was looking away for a sec. Yeah, the door once again slams open. This time it opens outward. Give me 1 sec. So the room within is completely unlit. Jinxie, you can see within the figure of a single rat,
Goddamn rats.
but several.
Fred, this is for
several
you.
humanoid- You can see several
It's your
humanoid
favorite
bodies,
room.
however.
Kill it with fire.
So there's this oppressive smell that immediately wafts out the moment that you open. And it's rising from the chewed carcasses of cave rats, smaller vermin, and a few humanoid creatures. At first you see only goblins, but toward the back you can see this one much
Oh,
larger
gosh.
body
You don't have
that
access to
must
such
be
person
human
character.
half-orc, something of that height.
Then there would be
draped in a
some decent action
emerald
content like
green
level 1
cloak
and things start
that is
getting
just crumpled
interesting.
on the floor.
Yeah, that would
Oh,
definitely
shit, that looks kind of nice.
be for the advanced player, that's for sure.
Okay, so Frid, you cast Sacred Flame on the rat. Everyone target your tokens and roll for initiative.
Why does Sacred Flame always roll as 1, like 80% of the time?
It's a bad spell.
I think we can turn some music on too. I realize there's no music.
I have like 20 windows open for character sheets right now.
Are you looking under my character sheet? Stop doing that.
I am not.
There's too many rats. I'm leaving.
You can't see that. You only see one.
There we go.
My
Put the
rats
music.
roll fire. Holy moly.
Fuck
Okay.
these rats, man. They really do.
Alright, so that first one, that little jet of flame just sparks out at it, but you sort of misjudge the distance. It's only just barely singed by the outward radius of the blast. And immediately you hear this just chittering from within, and one much, much deeper. Just
A plus 10 to initiative rolls?
as you see all of these rats
How would you
just
get a
en
plus 10
masse
to
begin
initiative roll?
exiting the room,
Like, what would you have to do?
preparing to leap across this
The
chasm
highest I've seen
towards
is
you all.
2.
And this one rat that moves out from the back northern corner of the room is absolutely massive. It is a bloated monstrosity that you identify as a dire wolf at first. Actually, sorry, that should be... Yeah, it's a big fucking creature. It's nearly twice the size as the others. Its two sightless eyes covered in tumors, just pustules all over it. It's
A
missing
20 dexterity?
tail. Looks like a nod off.
It's like a obese capybara.
It's horrifying, yes. An obese capybara that has been suffering from leprosy. Patches of fur falling off in places, these horribly yellowed, chiseled fangs. And they all turn toward you and rush out of the room as one.
So, I'm just gonna make this joke real quick. Gamel observes the great rat authority and immediately turns around because he's not prepared for this kind of adventure.
Dark Souls, man. Alright, so this one's gonna leap out. Can get exactly 30 feet to here. And it's gonna take the dodge action this turn. As it
Oh,
just
so they
leaps
can
across the...
jump over the trap? Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's a very, it's like 20 feet if you jump the gap correctly. Like, from at the corner, and it's only 10 feet across at the very widest point. It's very jumpable by all of you guys,
Fred,
including Arthur and Meepo. Didn't have to roll for it either.
well, Fred, I had to say this, but you're dead again. Here they come.
Nope, I'm leaving. Screw these rats. They can have this place. They can have the dragon.
Alright, this next one's gonna take the dash action, as it also leaps out.
It obviously wasn't even the goblins that took the dragon. It's probably just the rats.
Final rat leaps out.
Rats is still a dragon.
And this enormous creature, with the size of its bulk, you barely suspected that it would even be capable of dragging itself over that pit. But with surprising agility, it just flings itself across and with this lands right next to Jinx.
For a second,
Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's not the giant one. My bad.
for a second, I got confused because you called it the final rat, so I assumed that was its title, the final rat.
I'm sorry. This is just a regular one. Regular regular giant rat, not super giant rat.
It's
It
the
attacks
final
Jinxie.
rat. A CR20 rat.
13 misses you, Jinxie. Frid, you're up. You are surrounded once again by rodents. It has not been your day.
So I forgot about the fire breath. We have fire breath.
It takes an action to consume the potion.
No, I already drank the potion.
Did you?
I believe
Yeah,
that's true.
Something
I drank it, and then I also put it in my thing.
Yeah, some people drink from the
So,
fountain.
okay, so there were 5 charges total. Who drank?
So someone stepped up and drank from it immediately, and
Well,
after which someone else drank, and then we bottled it.
I was the first person to drink from it after somebody tasted it. After Ashara tasted it.
So Ashara and you should have some sort of effect going on, and then the other 4 doses are inside of a flask or a
I
water
don't
skin.
think I get the fire breathing effect because I didn't like drink the whole like.
Yeah, she just tasted it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you will say that you have fire breath then, and there's only 4 charges. Originally, I said that Gareth had 3 and that Arthur had 2 in his water skin, but we'll say that Arthur has 1 in his water skin.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Alright, let's get the fatty. With that.
Hey.
I have no idea what it
There you
what
go,
it actually
Jen,
does.
just for you.
So it is a bonus action. 1 sec.
What's a bonus action?
It's a bonus action to exhale at the target, and they make a DC 13 Dex save, and they take 46 on a failed, half as much on successful. You can do it, and you can do it. It's up to a certain number, 3 times.
Holy crap, that's actually amazing. I forgot about that. I should have known about this. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that at the largest rat, the king rat.
Okay. Let me see. It saves. So roll 4d6. Takes 10 damage.
And then I'm gonna hit him
Nice.
with my hammer.
Alright, so you're going to take an attack of opportunity as you step out of the range of...
Oh wait,
Um,
wasn't it this one? I thought it was this one.
That's not the giant rat. That's the small rat.
Oh shit, then whatever, I'll just attack this one.
Okay. Roll the hit. 14 hits, and that kills the rat.
Wait, which one is the giant one?
This one.
Oh, okay.
Ashara.
Alright. With my swords, I'm gonna first attack the one right in front of
15 hits. 9 damage, instantaneously slays the creature.
This is the first battle against rats that's going pretty well.
Cut it open, tip to tail.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Yoshi.
Then I attack the giant one. The gianter one.
You plunge your sword in up to the hilt,
I mostly
but it
DM,
barely penetrates
But
the
on
blood
Wednesday
ribbon, and
nights,
a
I get the
little bit of blood comes pouring forth.
opportunity to play.
Giantest and most diseasedest.
Gamble, you're up.
Okay. This seems. Actually, no. I can't go ahead and do that just yet. Spells.
Just- Don't use your spells, just run in there and hit him with your rapier.
Actually, yeah, we already sorted this out. I shouldn't be using spells. This trap is already activated as well, right?
Yeah, it's easy to jump over. Doesn't even require a DC.
Just wanted to go ahead and double confirm. I'll go ahead and jump this way, and stab at the rat that Ashara is making work of.
Go for it.
Let me go ahead and roll for attack.
Eternal Flames. Oh, you mean my
Heck
flame
yeah.
spell?
You
Sacred
jam your
Flame?
rapier in,
Yes.
in the same wound that Ashara
Trying to
made
think of what I'm
earlier,
going to do
and
for
you
my
widen
move
its
because
blubber
I'm
open
coming up here
a
quickly.
bit wider. It turns defensively and hisses at you. Gyra, you're up.
I think I'm just going to pounce on a rat and claw it.
All right, let's see. So that's the big rat right there.
Hmm.
Yeah, throw this up.
Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna run up to it. Got my great sword out. I'm gonna
Thinking
go
the
ahead and
small
bring it
rat might
down.
only have like, I don't know. What do you think? Like
Attack.
Oh heck
7
yeah.
hit points or something at level 2?
And how would you like to do this?
All right. So
Ooh,
as
he got
he's
critical.
charging along, he's two-handing the thing, and he goes ahead. He brings it down. He misjudges it, but he brings the handle, the cross guard, straight into its skull. Then he goes into the half hand and tries to twist it around.
Beautiful. The rat's skull just snaps into several pieces as you jam the handle of the sword into the eye socket and just liquefy it, and it lets out this one last screech as it plummets to the ground with a thump.
I may
in front
not
of
get
you,
a
and you can
move.
feel the vibration on the flagstones.
We'll see. That one's dead, and then it's
Well done.
All right.
the kobolds.
And we
I
got
can't talk. The
another rat over
kobolds
here,
and
huh?
Boy Arthur
Sure do.
is before me.
All right, gonna action surge and throw a hand axe at it.
Okay. So, Gyrith whips his hand axe over the guy toward the rat, barely even
Yeah.
looking at it. And it
Just did 8
circles
damage.
over in the air several times, slams it dead between the eyes, and it just tumbles in, trapped into the pit in front of you. Well done.
Okay.
You slain
Okay.
very short of the rats. Not too much difficulty. It's a lot
Yeah, this
easier
is
to go sprinting into him, right?
It is MVP, yo.
Meepo, for his part, goes up to one of these rats and just kind of gives it an experimental thump with the belaying pin, as almost as to see what combat would be like.
Fucking Fred
Yes.
just shakes his head.
I'm going to go
disappointed
over
and-
to Fred. I'm going to go over to Fred and count. Make sure he has all his fingers and toes.
Roll me a perception check.
I look away a little bit embarrassed as I show her my fingers.
With indubitable certainty that he has all 10 fingers and all 10 toes.
Whew. Good. You didn't fall that time.
I just turn away a little bit embarrassed.
So in this room, there are the 2 open traps. In the room over, there are several dead humanoid corpses and several goblins, several rat corpses, big old rat's nest. And there's another similar fountain to the north of you, similar to the one that you got your potion of fire breath from.
I ask Meepo if there's any. Well, I look if there's any draconic.
The music I
pets
turned on is
there.
not too loud, is it?
I don't hear him.
We can't even hear
Oh,
it.
sorry.
Roll your perception check, Ashara.
I meant that for
With
you
that
guys on
natural
Twitch.
20 perception, you
Hit the wrong button.
immediately, intuitively,
Is the music overpowering
make your
them?
way to the location that there was draconic carved on the previous statue.
Okay,
and
cool.
lo and behold, it is very similar on this one. You can't make out the runes, obviously, but you can point them out to Meepo if you so wish.
Yes, I ask Meepo to read this.
Okay. And he comes up to it. He kind of squats down and squints. He says, "Let there be death." In the moment after he gulps and he says death, this noxious green mist billows out from the jaws of the dragon, filling the room utterly, pervading it, even going so far as to spill out into the surrounding hallways, doors, and corridors. And I need you all to make a Constitution save, DC 10.
Wait, me and Jinxie as well? We're in this room.
Oh, yeah.
I ran over here.
Nah, this mist pours out. Everybody, even if you guys were like down in this hallway, you'd still be making this save.
Is it heavier than
Constitution.
air? The mist.
You don't know.
Or I guess do I see it falling to the ground, or is it just kind of everywhere?
No,
It is-
no.
It is consuming the room entirely. Like it
And
is.
I just
there's
rolled like a 7.
Think dry ice, right? Think fog machine. Just noxious green mist, just
Oh, that's only one. Garrett's rolled a 7 too.
all the way out.
God damn it, Meebo. Could have read it inside your head, bro.
Okay, Gamel will take a good look at Boy Arthur and start heading towards the door to the west,
Yeah, it's
saying,
gonna hurt.
"Everyone, come this way."
It dissipates after like once this hits you,
Oh,
you
I
all
know,
start
right,
chopping
Yoshi?
and
I
running.
was like, I saw that
It
red
dissipates
2, and I
through
was
the
like,
windows on the eastern side of the citadel after a few moments. But let me get Arthur's save in here real quick, and I'll let y'all know what happens. Okay, so Arthur and Kobold save. So, Frid, Gyrith, and Jinxie, you are all hacking.
Wait, Arthur saved?
Yeah.
He got a 13 though. I got a 13 as well.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at your investigation. My bad. So yeah, you're good. So, no, it's Ashara, and I was looking at her perception. So, Ashara, you save. Gyrith, you save. So just Jinxie, just Jinxie and Gyrith. You guys are hacking everybody's hacking. But Gyrith and Jinxie, you go so far as to double over on the floor. I mean, you're hacking up blood. You know, it's absolutely hideous. And you both take 4 points of poison damage from this noxious fume before they can clear. Everybody else, you take 2 points of poison damage. And
so who takes 4?
You.
Gyrith and Jinxie
No,
take
not
4.
me. No, not me.
And you are poisoned for the next hour. Everybody else, you are poisoned for the next 10 minutes.
I would like to search the corpses and stuff.
So
That's
just still hacking, still breathing hard, you make your way in the next room, you know, eyes watering. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check with disadvantage because of the poison.
Frid, what's that smell? What'd you do?
Hey man, it wasn't me. It was Meebo.
It's really good Meepo save because he does not have very many hit points. So with that 9 investigation, let's see what you find. So as
I
you pick
investigate
your
with
way through... Okay, go ahead. Roll with disadvantage, poisoned as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me roll one time.
The 9.
Maybe I'll roll lower. Hold on. Yes! There we
Good.
go! I rolled a 1.
Your eyes are watering so hard. It's difficult to be in front of your face, you know?
You like throwing up?
As you pick your way through this colossal rat's nest,
There's my
rats
natural
droppings,
one, Yoshi.
chewed carcasses, animal bones, humanoid bones. You see the corpses of 4 goblinoids, which have been gnawed entirely, and the corpse of a human, which has been gnawed. The eyes are removed, the tongue, all of the sensitive organs, the fleshy bits. But it's much, much newer. If you had to guess, you would suspect this is probably the ranger of the adventuring party that was mentioned briefly to you as the quiet man who traveled with the paladin Sir Bradford. In addition, in this room, you find 312 silver pieces, which you can write down, Gamel. You find
Alright.
68 gold pieces. And you find 3 gems, which are worth 25 gold pieces each.
You said 300 silver pieces?
312 silver pieces.
312 silver pieces. And how many gold pieces again?
68 gold pieces.
68.
And
Plus
3 gems, which are worth 25 gold each. In addition, I assume that you guys are choosing to search the corpse of the body of this man as well.
Yeah, I get some
In
money
addition,
out of it as I hack
you
my
find
lung.
studded leather
The
armor
biggest fur ball
is
ever. I'm
still in
gonna
serviceable condition.
or hairball
Studded
ever. I'm gonna
leather
puke it
armor.
up.
On the body of the ranger, you find 5 daggers, which are well sharpened, very well taken care of, newly sharpened. You find a longbow, unstrung, but you find the string inside of one of his pockets.
I got like 2 more
You
shots of
find a
vodka.
backpack containing a water skin, 1 day's rations, a bedroll, a tinder box, and 3 torches. You find a quiver with 6 arrows.
One
You find
shot,
a
never
potion
mind.
of healing, and you found a pouch containing 17 gold pieces. And lastly, on the ring of the man, on the finger of the man, there is a gold ring which has been engraved with the name Caracas. Some kind of signet ring.
It's the ring. Caracas.
Caracas.
Caracas. All right, how long has it been now? Can we go back to the kobolds and be like, yeah, it's been a while and we kind of need a rest?
It has still been less than an hour.
I know, right?
How about
Throw
we
in
just
the
stay
fire,
here?
see
I
if
feel like
there's
nobody's
glowing.
gonna come here now.
You mean sleep in the filthy rat room full of corpses and like dead rats and whatever?
Frid rolls his eyes.
I'm sorry, Fred. You'll have to realize that you do have a tabaxi and Ashara, I forget what you are, but we require higher maintenance than the dirty floor.
Okay, fine. How about this poisonous well? I mean, fountain.
There is nothing within.
No, I meant, how about we sleep in this thing?
I'm wondering if Fred has like lost his mind from inhaling the gas.
Frid has lived a very hard life. He's had to sleep in a lot of very strange places.
So sorry, Fred.
It's okay.
What's the plan, guys?
I'm gonna comfort Fred because I feel like he's been sleeping in a box, and I don't like when people suffer.
Alright, you're patting him on the back, consoling him about a hard pass which he might have had. What do the rest of you do?
Well, are y'all like pushing for a rest or something? Because I don't need to rest. I can keep going. Just go back to where the goblins are, I guess.
I'm fairly
Gareth will
well
go
off as
ahead
well,
and
but
keep pushing on.
Alright,
Was
let's
this
do it.
room you said it was cells, like jail cells, right here?
Yeah, they're jail cells / rat's nest. You guys
I don't know if we searched these.
before we continue, I'm going to go ahead and have a conversation with Meepo, though.
Okay.
I encourage Meepo, whenever he reads a translation, to read the final word first before we decide to read the entire thing.
Okay, I can do that.
He's got the
Otherwise-
black lung.
Otherwise, I would say we should settle for a short rest. We don't want to turn around, but we still have a few people who might benefit from it.
Oh my gosh, I think I'm the only one that got that.
Albeit getting rid of this poison after an hour.
Meepo, after taking 2 damage, has lost nearly half his HP.
Can we go ahead and roll medical to possibly help Meepo feel a bit better?
It won't restore any
You didn't
HP
get it either,
without
Jen?
a healer's kit and proficiency and all that, but I mean you can give
Yeah,
him some water. Water's
let's turn
warm.
He was
back since
coughing,
we
and I said
are
he's got the black
poisoned.
lung. Come on.
Yeah, we can rest the poison away. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, so Gareth will go ahead and start heading back.
Are you going all the way back to the kobolds?
Yep.
Okay, so just leave your token and I will
Okay.
move them.
We can
Okay,
just tell
cool.
the kobolds that we actually sprinted very far into the dungeon, and like the reason we came back so quick is because we were sprinting the whole way.
No, just
would-
tell them we got poisoned. Seems more.
Yeah, just say that
Plausible.
we're gonna sleep off some poison. It'll
Oh,
just take
wait.
an hour.
Here, everyone. Meepo, I'm going to have to ask you to forgive me. But we can go ahead and say we turned back because friendly kobold that we've just made friends with was not doing so well after being exposed to some poison. There's some truth there.
Oh no! If Yuzdrael thinks that I'm the reason that this expedition's going poorly, then I mean she already thinks so poorly of me. I have to do this right. Please,
Well,
you can't
just
blame me.
tell them the truth. We all got poisoned and we're heading back.
Then we might belay the message. There were a few traps along the way as we advanced. We found several, or we were ambushed a number of times, and we're gonna take some rest.
Anybody make me an intelligence check.
He's
Yep.
gonna
Me.
save that.
I'm pretty
ego.
unintelligent.
I'm still gonna make the roll.
Gyrith, with that 12, you remember that conspicuously empty room that you passed before entering the Kobold's territory. That had absolutely nothing in it and a single door.
Huh. Okay.
You
Yeah, that looked like a good place to
might
rest.
be a place to rest if you so chose.
Did that door open inwards or outwards?
It opens inwards.
All right, that's our best bet, guys.
Whoa.
Alright, let's head there then.
You have been transported to the room.
So, if we do plan on doing a long rest, I'll go ahead and provide a healing word to our kobold friend before he possibly rolls over and just dies somehow.
I'll sleep against
The
the door.
trap. The trap is alive. It followed us. Oh wait, it's gone.
I weigh 300 pounds. I think nobody's gonna be able to open this door.
Oh, we could lay caltrops on the entrance, though. Caltrops, not caltrops, but yeah.
That's been mispronounced a couple times.
So you caltrop the door, you spike the door, you do everything you can to ensure that nothing will disturb you during your rest throughout the
We
night.
fred the door.
You punched it.
Um,
There you go.
Before we do all that, I might speak up and say we could just have periods of watch during the night. That'd be the most efficient way to make ourselves secure.
Who? What?
So, we have individuals who might stay up 1 hour of the night for each of us, so we might feel secure for at least an hour of the night. Or he counts.
Why don't we just let Meebo just stay up? Meebo's not useful
That's
anyway.
not
He
very
doesn't have spell
nice.
slots.
I mean, like, come on, equal opportunity. Everyone gets a chance to
As you
have
say
a
that,
rest.
his eyes start watering again.
Listen, Meebo,
Don't
I
mean.
entrusted you with this belaying pin, and you didn't do shit, fam. I shake my head in disgust.
One bite, and those things will saw me in half.
Yeah, okay, Meepo. I shake my head.
He just looks down at his feet and very sadly at the belaying pin.
I feel a little bit bad, but tough love is an important thing.
Meatball. Can we get
Just
done
for
with
that,
this?
I was gonna purr next to you. Now I'm gonna come over here by a shower and purr next to her.
Oh, no.
I pet the kitty.
Well then, now that we've set up everything and decided how we're gonna rest, Gamel stays up for at least a little bit, playing a lullaby for the entire party.
Alright, yeah, sure. So you guys can take a long rest. Whether or not you set watch, the night passes with very little incident. This shallow into the Citadel, the kobolds have pretty much claimed this territory as their own, very safely. You rise about 8 hours later. No evidence of the sun's passage, but feeling revitalized. It's a little eerie, waking with the same light quality that you went to sleep with. Dim, but here you are. Back to full HP, spell slots restored. All of your resources.
Alright. This is good.
Let's check the doors before, or even though we've not been disturbed, let's go ahead and check the doors. Are there any signs of creatures passing by or anything like that? Just like more obvious things, not anything hidden.
Roll me a perception.
Let's see.
You don't notice anything.
Okay. You see Gamel kneeling next to the door and looking about. It doesn't seem as though anything came nearby. This should be safe if we need to rest again, for any reason.
Alright.
And that was a 18, 17, but it probably doesn't matter.
Oh no, with an 18, you.
Wait.
So, what would you like to do? You're awake? You healthy?
Let's go back to the goblins. I mean, like, that's the only way to go now, right?
There was a door that you passed in the fountain room that you haven't opened.
Oh, right. Let's go there.
Alright, I will transport you guys to the fountain room. Da-na-na-na.
Whee!
Alright, so once again, there's the runes on the door, and the door, again, is carved with the stone relief of skeletal dragon, undead dragons, perhaps. Although you've never heard of any such things. And Meepo, once again, reads the runes that are carved, into the stone door. And he starts to read and he says, way. Rebuke the dead, open the. Remembering to read the last word first.
Okay. It seems it's safe. Go ahead and, well, I guess any of us could say the phrase. It looks like, though it might be you're unimportant in this exploration because it seems to react mostly to you. Recalling the cold chill at the door prior. Go ahead and say it.
Oh, okay. Rebuke the dead. Open the way. And you wait. And there's nothing but the visibility of your own breaths as you stand near this door. The chill that emanates from it.
I think a cleric has to cast the turn the undead, and then it'll open the door.
Alright, I cast Turn Undead.
You present your holy symbol of Strongmouse and you channel that divine fervor. The gods hate the undead as foul creatures, most of them. Strongmouse is no exception. And you feel that fury fill the area, and indeed, after a moment, the door turns a ghastly blue and swings outward, revealing the tomb within. And you expect another dark room within the chamber. However, you're a bit surprised as you see a fully lit chamber within, as you see 5 sarcophagi, dusty, 3 to the north and 2 to the south, that stand on end in this silent chamber. And each of the carved stone coffins resembles a noble, elf-like humanoid in ceremonial robes, and on the altar, with images of dragons carved into the black obsidian, is set in the center of the west wall. A single candle burns brightly on the altar, and next to the candle are a small whistle and a flask.
Did you say a
Interesting.
small whistle and
A
flask?
whistle.
Anybody know what these things are?
Gamel inspects the whistle at the very least. Perhaps his knowledge of instruments might help him here.
So, Gamel, as you step up to the table to inspect the whistle, the sarcophagi nearby you burst open as 5 skeletons rise from them. 10 glowing embers sitting in
blow the
10
whistle.
deep eye sockets.
Be the
Everybody select your
whistleblower.
token. Roll for initiative.
God damn it.
And I'm assuming they took time to assemble, so we're not caught off guard.
Yeah, you guys are not.
Little Avengers assemble.
And we also lost a temporary HP now.
You have
What
lost
the
all
heck?
of your temporary HP after a long rest, yes.
Holy cow! Blacklisted spam or warning.
All right.
What'd you
Get
type?
Arthur and Meepo
Text me
in
until
there.
you typed. Because
It's alright. These
Nightbot's
guys
been
are
like
rats already.
blacklisting people's weird words.
You'll be great with them.
I don't foresee you saying something that'd be blacklisted.
Yes, the undead are fine, but rats. None of
Rats are
those.
dangerous.
Arthur hates
Alright, so Frid, Jinxie,
Oh yeah,
whichever
I
you
have
want
it
to go
blocked
first.
because I'll let Fred go
I
first.
guess I'll go first. I'll just hit this guy right here with
Yeah, I have it blacklisted because the terms of service allow for 13-year-olds to watch it. So I try to like some of
Swing your
those swear
warhammer
words I
into
have
the overhand
blacklisted.
arc, and it connects with the skeleton. And you do 12 points of damage as this creature is vulnerable to bludgeoning. And you see it just shakes, the joints barely holding together as it snarls at you. Jinxie.
Okay, I'm not used to having a turn so close in the beginning of combat. Let me see what I shall do. 1d6 plus 1. Now, okay, so the channel divinity, you said we both used it, but we get it back after a long rest, correct?
yeah.
Correct. And
Okay.
however,
Only you have yours though.
Standing.
Only you have yours because I used mine to get into here.
Oh, because you casted Rebuke the Dead.
Hmm.
Jinxie.
There you go, I'm gonna use
channeling
mine.
Saloon. Yeah, Jinxie channeling Saloon's sorry. Channeling Saloon's power. Presents her symbol. And these undead just instinctively turn away from the bright moonlight which fills the chamber. We have two failures. The ones who are nearest immediately turn to dash away on their
Put
turns.
your noses on
The
the
other-
wall, you vile undead.
They're gonna try to. Being not quite far away enough from Jinxie, so the other three being just far away enough to ignore the worst of that blast.
So which of them flee? If you can mark them or point them out. That one.
Yeah, the near ones. And this one is going to attack you, Gamaldor. This one to the north and the west of you. It reaches out with its short sword and hacks it with an 11 to hit, missing. Shara, it's your turn. You can see these skeletons. You saw them rise within the chamber. Arthur is quivering again as he sees
I
these
want them
undead.
all to put their nose in the corner.
Alright,
bad
I'm gonna
skeletons.
attack the nearest one to get the
We just
lowest.
wanted to blow the whistle. That's all we wanted to do.
An 18 hits.
Does that kill it?
It does not. You instinctively turn the flat of your blade on this creature and just slap it, and you knock an arm off. And the second slice just goes straight through its chest, crashing through several ribs, and the creature crumbles back into its sarcophagus. Still.
Lops the arm off. 'Tis just a
Arthur
flesh
steps
wound.
in behind Ashara and takes a shot at the wounded one, which Frid has just sent reeling.
Come here, I will gnaw you to death.
With a 16, he does hit the creature for 4 piercing damage, and that is enough as the light leaves the eye sockets. And this creature, too, crumbles into a pile of bones scattered throughout the room.
Boy!
And it's a good thing, too, because this next skeleton stumbles toward you and Arthur Ashara, and it reaches out and slices at the boy. With a 17,
Hell
the short sword bites into Arthur's arm, and he lets
Aw,
out a
crap.
yell. He takes 4 points of piercing damage. The skeleton to the north also attempts to strike Gamaldor. Does a 15
I've
hit
had
you?
way
Gam?
too much sugar. I can't sit still.
15 definitely hits.
15 hits you for 3 points of piercing damage as you feel the short sword bite through your thin leather armor. Gyrith, you're up.
Alright, let's see what we got here. 2 ripe skeletons for the taking. I'll go ahead and... Oh, what did I do? He'll go ahead and take a swing at the one right in front of him.
Swing away, Gyrith.
Get my character sheet back open. Come on. Here we go. Okay.
As you fumble with your greatsword, trying to get it out of the scabbard for a moment, it sticks and you swing, but you swing just a little bit wide as the creature leans back out of the way.
Cool. Okay.
Meepo,
That'll be my turn.
Meepo, for his part, he sees everyone darting into the room. He looks around panically, and he tries to bring himself into the room. In fact, he even steps in and steps up to the skeleton and makes to strike. But it turns and snarls at him, and he just darts into the corner, terrified again. Gamaldor, you're up.
You tried your best. I can respect that. And Gamel dusts himself off, putting on a bit of bravado as he attempts to look as though the wound didn't injure him, and he strikes back with his rapier. Toward the northwest skeleton? Was that the one that injured him, or no?
The one that hit you. No, the one to the north hit you.
The one to the north? Okay, he'll strike at the one at the north.
Blade flourishing and dancing, you slash through the rusty armor plating on this creature's chest. Do 8 damage to it. Grid, back at the top.
Which ones are damaged? Just the ones at the top?
Yeah, this one is damaged.
Alright, might as well hit that guy. Oops.
Alright, so you move yourself into the one space that you can hit him. And you swing. A 12 does not hit.
Ooh.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Jinxie, you're up.
I'm gonna move to the south of the boy Arthur and hit with my mace.
That faint glow of moonlight practically jumping off the mace as you raise it in the air. You bring it down with a resounding thump onto the skeleton. You deal 6 damage to the creature. The skeleton to the north of Gyrith is up, and it's going to scratch at Gamaldor again, seeing the blood that its ally has drawn, somehow just moving it forward. 17 to hit for 8 damage, Gamel.
Alright.
I hit a thing.
Shara, you're back up. You see the skeleton that has injured Arthur, leaning back to make another jab with its sword.
I'm gonna fuck up the skeleton. I'd better fuck up the skeleton or else that poor boy.
A protective instinct wells up within you, and both strikes are true. As you sever this creature's spinal column, and it flumps to the ground in 2 semi-working pieces for a moment until the light leaves its eye. Arthur looks up at you with a mixture of thanks and awe, but then remembering that there are still enemies to be dealt with, levels his crossbow at the skeleton in front of Gamel, just as it attempts to make another shot. However, his bolt goes wide as it clatters off the stone behind it. Gamel, the skeleton to the north of you, having drawn blood, reaches back and jabs at you again. However, this time, you deftly bat its short sword away with the tip of your rapier. Gyrith, you're up.
Alright, gonna make that attack again. See where that gets me.
The 17 hits.
Nice. Okay.
For 9 slash? No, reroll that. Got a 1. You have a 1 on your damage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sweet. Okay, so I can reroll that 1.
Beautiful. For 12 slashing damage, you bring the greatsword back into this colossal arc. Then Gamble even sort of ducks down to avoid being beheaded. And you see several of these creatures' ribs just fall uselessly to the ground. But it manages to hang on to life just barely. Meepo, for his part, is going to bring up what little reserve of courage he has within him and he's going to take a sling that he has with a small pouch of sling stones that he wears on his belt. He's going to throw a stone at the skeleton to the north of Gamildor, which he does with advantage. 15 either way, and a 15 does hit for 5 bludgeoning damage, which is exactly what he needed. You see Gamildor, as the skeleton's about to scratch at you again, a stone from the small kobold literally just knocks the skeleton's head off where it falls to the floor, and the rest of the bones crumble to the ground shortly afterward. And he lets out this small scream of victory.
Creed is so proud that tears are starting to well up in his eyes.
Good
Gamble,
shot,
you are right.
Nippo.
You see one barely functioning skeleton just in front of Gyrith. You see the other 4 in various states of disassembly on the floor. What would you like to do? Mr. Aziz.
Let's see here. I don't think it wise to actually step out of the range of the skeleton, so I can only stab forward, hoping for the best.
With a frenzy in your mind, you slash at this creature, but that moment of imperfection in your stance is just enough for it to lean out of the way. Frid, back at the top.
Before my turn ends, I'm gonna go ahead and use a healing word on myself, just to make myself feel more secure.
All right, so you kind of go, all right, Gamble, come on, and you healing word yourself for 5 minutes. And Fred, that 16 is enough.
I
How would
think
you
I
like to finish
fixed
off
the
the skeleton?
Nightbot.
I want to crush him vertically, like straight into his head, so that his head goes into his ribcage.
There you go.
You
That's my
bring
voice.
your
I think I fixed the Nightbot.
warhammer overhead in 2 hands, and you just slam the skull straight down. But the momentum of your warhammer just keeps going, and you absolutely destroy the middle column of the body, and the arms just float there in the air for just a split second before they too fall to the ground. This creature absolutely decimated in front of you. And with that, combat is over.
That's
well
right.
done, everybody.
Your
So just
spinal
gonna go
cord comes out of your
congratulate,
pelvis.
before he's gonna- Huh?
Your spinal cord comes out of your pelvis is what happened.
So
I
he has tears in his eyes. He's looking up at you guys with just, but he looks proud.
I go and I fuss over Arthur.
I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Come on. That Mouther did worse to me. Come on, you remember?
We gotta find out what's on this table here.
So on the table, there's a whistle that is made of a dark crystal, maybe an obsidian, a quartz, something like that. And there's a flask, a glass flask, that has some kind of potion inside of it, some kind of liquid. And that candle, which, although it is not appear to be burning in the sense that, like, the wick doesn't appear to be diminishing, the wax is not melting. It is giving off this flickering flame from the top of the wick.
Interesting. You would have figured
I
this
give
thing would've
guidance
gone out
to
from oxygen starvation.
I give guidance to Gamble.
Okay.
Maybe you can do an Arcana check.
Who was it who reads Dwarvish? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's me.
Gyrith, you can see engraved on this crystal dwarven runes, which you can make out. They read Night Caller.
Sorry, it said night calling?
Night Caller.
Night
Do you relay this to Gamoziz?
It's
Yeah,
a
looks like
dragon.
it says-
Blow it. Oh my gosh, blow it. It's a dragon.
It says night caller on it.
Nightcaller. And Gamma will
Or
pause and
is
think
it pronounced collar like Caller or Collar?
Aller.
This is gonna be 18 plus 3.
You don't know what this is. You've never encountered anything like this in your travels.
Hopefully a black
You
dragon,
suspect
yes!
that it is magical.
Oh my gosh.
It certainly seems as though it is a
They're lucky
ritual
to not let me
implement
blow
of
it. I
some
would so
kind,
blow the
just
heck
way
out of it
that
right
it's
now.
designed.
And that's
You
what
really
a
don't know what it's
And that's what a 21.
I'm thinking like Night
my
Fury
bad. You have
dragon
the 3
comes
guidance
down
with the
and I'm
21,
gonna fly
actually.
it.
You do know a little bit about the history of this object. You reach far, far back in just the dredges of bardic lore that exist in your mind. And something tells you this little brief tidbit of history, this clan of dwarves that once existed many hundreds of years ago, that would very
Maybe it's
respectfully
Falcor.
entomb their dead in these long, cavernous halls, where their entire ancestors, their bones would be interred in slots. And they would use these whistles, these black flutes, wind instruments, in order to raise the bones of their ancestors, in order to communicate with them, to do their bidding. And you suspect that this whistle, although the name means nothing to you, it resembles this knowledge that you remember.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and relay that information. It would seem that this whistle here, it has the purpose of raising the dead so they might serve the living. As I believe the creators wish for those of the past to serve the present. But I can't discern much more.
Being that I am a follower of Saloon, I wouldn't be able to use that whistle because I am here to vanquish the undead, not to control them.
Yeah, I have a distaste of the undead as well. I wouldn't make use of them either.
And Gamel ponders for a moment. I don't believe I personally have those quarrels myself. Though, if you'd prefer someone in your company didn't use something like this, I would understand.
I don't have a problem with it.
And I've added the handout to your inventory, Camel.
Wait, do we does the Arcana check tell us the other items
unless we find
as well?
an undead dragon, that we can bring back and control it, then we can fly around on it. Then I'd be okay with it.
Okay, I see.
That's different.
I'll go ahead and add the Nightcaller to our pseudo treasury for now.
Okay.
And then
Does
we'll
the
decide
Arcana
when we...
tell us what the other items were?
I think we'd have to do
You
separate.
can roll
ones.
another Arcana check if you want to identify it.
I'm giving you guidance again.
Okay. I happily receive that guidance.
Just not a
And,
black dragon,
study
no,
the rest of the
but an
items in the room.
undead black
Or
dragon
at least a few of them at a time.
with a
Yeah,
saddle.
there's 2 Arcana checks. Okay, so what are you doing for candle or the flask?
The first one would be...
With a mimic as a foot.
All right,
I guess
so
I'll do the flask first.
with an 18, just judging by the viscosity and the hue, which is sort of this like deep reddish amber, you judge this to be a potion of resist fire. And with a 14, you very hesitantly touch the fire, see if it burns. It's not really hot. And with that, you conclude that this would appear to be a candle that has a continual flame spell cast on it.
I see. I don't believe we really... I don't believe we really need an object such as this. But it could be worth
I
something.
disagree.
Whatever.
I take it and I stick it on top of the cactus.
All right, so Frid, add candle of continual flame. So anything else? The mean, there's this stone altar that it's all settled on. There's the 5 sarcophagi in this room. That's about it. You can perceive or investigate if you so. You don't see anything else at this moment.
I gave this dude a cactus last session, a little baby cactus, and he is
That
like
active
fed it
perception
little
check,
bone dust.
however, as you
And now
take
we
one
just
last
put a
look around the
continual
room, ensuring
flame
that
on top
there's
of it.
nothing that you've managed to leave undisturbed in this dusty vault. You do notice a small secret compartment in the underside of the altar. And you find a small compartment in the shrine which has 6 small green gems, which you identify as paradots after just a moment, that are worth 10 gold pieces each.
I see.
So 6 paradots, 10 gold each, into the party treasury.
Alrighty, team. Are we ready to move on?
With the guiding light of the cactus, yes.
Holding the cactus before you, like this, ancient
Toenails
fetish, this old ritual
Let's
implement.
see.
You guys make your way back out.
I have like rope. I'm gonna tie a rope turban around my head and then put the cactus in the middle and the candle on top.
Roll me a
Like-
sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Alright.
Well, I
I'm
just
gonna use
realized.
guidance. I'm gonna use guidance.
That's fine.
I just had a chasing thought. I would know how like furbolgs work and stuff like that, and like how, like I know about furbolgs, right?
Maybe. Roll me a knowledge history.
Okay. That'd be a 13.
You've heard of them. I mean, they're large fey creatures.
Oh. I guess can I say this out of character? I think furballs can talk to animals. I'm surprised they tried to talk to rats actually.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Can they? I didn't know that.
Furballs
like-
can talk to animals. Animals cannot talk back to them.
Yeah, like I don't know what I would say to the rats. Like, I don't think it would be useful to talk to the rats. I thought about it, but like,
Just tell him sup.
Yeah.
Sup.
I don't know if it
WYD.
was Sunlight Cell or if it was like a totally different game, but I was in like some game when we tried to talk to rats, and the rats were just hungry.
yeah, that's why I didn't try talking to the rats. Because we tried it before. That sounds
So what's
fun.
the plan, folks? We have about 40 minutes left.
As far as I know, the only place left to go is one place where the
Classic.
The goblin place.
goblins.
I have all my healing spells, so we can go definitely fight something.
So, if you so choose, move yourselves back into the grid. That is the wrong way entirely. I'll move you.
Oh shit, my bad.
Goblin room. So that's out of this room, and then north, and then west.
Is that door open or closed?
Doors open.
There's no goblins there this time.
You see no
Awesome.
goblins.
Alright.
Kissing goblins.
All right, once more with feeling this time. So I'm gonna sneak
Let's wreck it.
forward and peek around the corner.
Roll me a stealth check.
Wait, I'm gonna give you guidance before you do it.
Alright, you can get there.
And I can't tell what it is, but it's somebody of some kind of enemy. And
Hold on, one sec.
What are these things on the south wall here? Looks like
I think
Targets?
they're archery targets.
They are. They are that precisely. They are some small, humanoid-looking, like the size of halflings. Like straw dummies that are filled with those very short goblin arrows with the crude bone tips.
They also kind of resemble like eyeballs
Yeah, they do.
with like really long eyelashes and a really bad drawing of an eye.
Ashara, just peeking around the corner, you can see another one of those crenellated walls crude, similar to the one in the previous room. Jinxie, as you step out there, you see the hobgoblin in the distance, and he sees you as well, and he's going to fire at you.
Oh
I don't
no,
see a
Jinxie.
hobgoblin. I don't see a hobgoblin.
You don't?
No.
I don't know. I see. Well, I don't know if she can see it. I can see it. I think that her line of sight would be the same as mine from there, but
I guess it's not. Okay. What do you guys want to do?
well, I couldn't tell it was a hobgoblin. I thought it was probably like, anyway. But
You guys,
I would
you
shoot at
guys have seen hobgoblins before. You recognize this as a hobgoblin.
No, I just mean I can't see it. I can only see the edge. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I want to shoot at it.
Okay. Roll sneak attack.
Oh.
Roll to hit with it because you are hidden. And then everyone roll for
Ow.
initiative.
I want
16
to
hit.
cast this thaumaturgy on her arrow to make it like a giant fist flying at the thing.
You can roll a reflex dexterity save to see if you have the reflexes
Can I
necessary
do
to
that?
do so.
Or it causes flames, bricker, change color. Oh wait, I can't do that. It's not changing shape of things. Oh, I had a.
I mean, you could use like the rumble of thunder, the ominous whispers.
Yes.
Pretty
Yes, there you go.
Is everyone in the order?
Oh no, hang on.
There you go.
I need Ashara. And who said BRB earlier? Did someone say BRB earlier?
Yeah, that was Sean.
All right, we'll give
I
him a
couldn't
minute.
resist
Come
it.
back.
It's a vodka. I will wreck you.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're in initiative now. Ashara shot at the hobgoblin. You missed, by the way, with that shot. Your arrow hit him, but it just could not pierce his chainmail.
Let me go ahead and scroll around and figure out where I am in the darkness. Okay, there I am. Let me go ahead and roll initiative. Five.
Okay, cool. We are all in here now. Ashara, you're at the top. You've made this sneak attack. You can tell this goblin is turning to you. He's drawing on you.
Sorry. So it's now my turn. I get to go.
Yep.
Shoot again. Okay. I'm gonna shoot at this fucker.
A 20 does hit, and you do 3 points of damage as your bolt finds purchase, and he lets out that low growl of pain.
I'm gonna do something
Is that
crazy.
your turn?
I'm just gonna rush in and use
Yeah.
inflict wounds.
All right.
On the closest thing I can get to.
On its turn, a goblin pops up from behind the crenellated wall, short bow at the ready, and fires with advantage at you as opposed to from you. The 15 to hit. Meepo, for his part, he's gonna get out of the way, just kind of give him the cue to get into the room. Another goblin, out of command from the
Good
top,
question. What am I wearing?
steps to the side, draws a bead on you and fires. A 19 to hit Ashara.
I am
for
wearing
damage.
scale mail. Scale mail, a shield, and a mace.
And Gyrith, you're up.
All right. Let's see here. He's gonna go ahead and start moving around the corner here. And oh, hey, wow, it's quite a few number. of
Oh,
them, huh?
never mind. Oh, shoot. Yeah, never mind.
I'm not sure I want to
I'll just stay back and be a heal bot. I'm gonna heal people. That's what I'm gonna
Remember, it's an
do.
extra 5 feet to move through Jinxie.
about 20 so far.
I was thinking if it's like one monster.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move over here.
Okay, and there's a wooden door right in front of you.
And I'm gonna go ahead and put my back to it, and I'll go ahead and toss out a hand axe at this guy.
Okay, roll to hit. He does have partial cover from the wall he's in front of. 16, it arcs over the wall, but it, like the back of the spin, the handle just thumps it,
That's what I do for
and
smell armor
sends it off course.
and a shield. It's nice when they
Skitterati.
have a breastplate level 2.
Cool. Alright.
Yeah, as much as I would like to have a
Jinx,
breastplate at level 2. Oh. All right, I'm gonna come. Well, shoot. I was expecting more to happen. All right, hold on. I'm gonna move.
All right,
I'm
Jinx,
gonna
you
cast
step
Guiding
out.
Bolt.
At whom? Who are you aiming at? The goblin?
Yes.
Okay. A 17 just hits him. He goes to dart back behind the wall, but that last bolt of radiant energy just slams into his head and decapitates him.
Oh, heck yeah.
Blood flying everywhere, absolutely hideous.
So just to know that if he gets back up, he gets a disadvantage on his next roll.
Good to know. You see this one behind the gob in the absolute corner just go "Ah!" as it takes a shot at you, Jinxie, having seen you just destroy someone that it's known its entire life. In its panic, though, it misses with an 8. Arthur's turn. He will run inside as far as he can. 10, 15, 20, 25. And that's as far as he can get. He'll take the dash action to step out behind Ashara. Frid, you're up. Remember, it's an extra 5 feet to move through an ally.
Alright. I will use Guiding Bolt.
Okay, roll. That's
And wait. No.
You've already channeled your.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, that's about all I can do.
The Hobgoblin also takes a shot at Jinxie, lets out this command in Goblish, very rough and guttural, just rock, and then fires at you with his long. Missing. Actually, just missing you narrowly and slamming into the target dummy behind you, Jinxie. So at a command from the hob in front of him, another goblin peeks up from the wall behind, fires at you, making this attack with advantage
No.
because it was a 17 to hit, 6 damage. Gemeldor, you're up.
Alright, let's see. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't think I can see any of the goblins from here, can I?
You cannot.
Alright, I'll go ahead and give inspiration to Gyrith.
Alright.
And give him a bit of a bonus to any let me go ahead and find the information on inspiration.
I think it's 1d6 on attacks, ability saving throws.
That's chunky. Yeah, it's 1d6. 1d6.
All right. Ashara, we're back at the top with you.
Alright,
Wait, I lied. Real quick. Before that happens, final goblin pops its head up from over the from behind the element and fires at Jinxie. The 17 to hit for 8 damage, Jinxie.
There is too many goblins.
Okay, now you're up, Shara.
I was gonna say I fire at the hobgoblin.
All right, roll the hit. 22 hits for 4 damage as you see another bolt just slam into its shoulder, and it turns at you and growls, and you can see blood just streaming down both arms now. That goblin's dead. It's Meepo.
That popping noise is
he
not for me.
hustles
by
in
the
behind
way.
y'all.
I don't know who that's happening from.
Panically looking back and forth, not really sure what to do. This goblin in the back is going to step forward to support its ally and take a shot at Jinx with a 20 to hit for 6 damage.
Was that to me?
That was also to Jinxie, yes. 20 to hit for 6 damage. These goblins, not normally tactically inclined creatures, seem to be taking commands from this hobgoblin in front of them and making some very tactically sound decisions due to it. And Gyra, you're up.
By the way, someone's mic is
Alright.
popping really, really bad.
Pardon?
Someone's mic is popping really bad.
Shit, I hope that's not me.
Yeah, it is. It's Prem. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. It makes a little poppy noises.
All right, so he's gonna go ahead and move right about here, just so he's
I'm about
not
to take cover.
entirely in the thick of the battle, and he's gonna take a swipe at this guy first.
Okay, he still has cover with that wall, as long as you're on the other side of it. Go ahead and roll the hit. A 7 does not make it. You reach over with the short sword, just trying to jab with both hands, but he just leaps back out of the way. Jinxie, you're up. You have 3 arrows sticking out of you. You know, you're breathing very heavily.
Let's see here. Since I'm not adjacent to the creatures, I can move out of the way without them taking a attack of advantage or advantage attack.
Yeah, for sure.
Attack of opportunity.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna move over here and say, "Ow, that sucks."
So Jinxie in the corner licking her wounds. Any action from you, or is that it? Okay. and
Of
she
course, I
clears
roll a
herself.
3. Oh wow! Yay! No wait, 3 plus 3,
That's-
6.
This goblin in the back, seeing that its wounded quarry has disappeared and that a very terrifying built human is charging toward it, about to overleap the battlement, fires a short bow at you, Gyra.
I was
Only
thinking
one to hit,
whether or not it
7
was
damage.
advantageous to heal myself. I mean, I
Does
only
he not
have
get
3
cover over
spells, so I only have 1 left now. But I was thinking if I stayed at
He does,
4,
actually. So
then I
what's
would
your
still have the
AC,
extra healing
Gyra?
for somebody else. But
16.
if I'm dead, I can't
Yeah,
use
I'm
the
enough.
extra
It would
healing,
be a
so
+2
I need to
AC.
heal myself, I guess.
Cool.
I feel kind of guilty healing myself as a healer.
7 piercing damage to Gyra. It's now Arthur's turn. He's able to see this. He steps out into the room very bravely, still bleeding a little bit from the arm though. Levels and fires at the hobgoblin. With a 20 to hit. His bolt strikes true,
Yes, Yoshi, I
catching
think
the hobgoblin in the throat just as he points
the
to
person
goblin
above
with
me.
another command.
I can't move the
And
token
he
to see who it
reaches up
is.
to his neck, just
Gamel, I think,
falls
has
back,
healing,
spluttering, garbling, painting the wall.
but like 1
Oh,
healing
shit.
spell, I think.
Arthur is an MPP right now.
Little B.
Frid, you're up. You've just seen this boy, apparently with the fury of Strongmouse upon him, destroy their leader, sending the goblins into a panic.
Now,
I'm gonna run
gents, the
past
way
him and
that
give him a high five.
I didn't want
love
to.
my
I didn't
hat.
want to like.
And then jump
give
up
it
here.
away. But basically, if there's a hobgoblin, they
hit this
usually
guy.
control the goblins.
Actually, sorry.
And once you
15 feet of
destroy the
movement to get over
hobgoblin, the
wall.
goblins are kind
So I
of
don't
like
think you to
running
cross
around
15
without
feet
knowing what to do.
to leap the wall. So I'm afraid that you don't have the movement to get over, but you can get right.
If I go back, I should have shot my
Yeah.
spell off at the
Yeah, okay.
hobgoblin, but I wasn't thinking about that.
Alright. Hit him with
I
the
didn't
hammer.
want to
And
be what's it called?
It does not hit.
Micro
He
gaming,
leaps
whatever.
nimbly back out of the way, and your hammer slams into the wall. Anything else, Fred? You done?
What's it called? Yes.
Okay. So this next goblin, seeing that Gyrith is just upon him now, he uses his nimble escape to disengage as a bonus action. He draws back and he lets loose another short bow shot at you, Gyrith. With a 14, which I believe misses you.
Yep.
And Gamaldor, you're up.
All right. Let's see what's optimal here. We already took down a hobgoblin, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did.
I'm so used to playing this type of character at a higher level. I usually just stand there and take the shots. But there you go, hit me.
Gamma will go ahead and what's the components of this and what's sand? Okay. Gamma reaches into his pockets and starts rubbing sand together as he chants a few words and casting it over the area. It falls quietly down and hopefully it causes them to sleep.
With 28 points of sleep, that is precisely what you need. Each of these creatures have 7 hit points. That is exactly what you need to make all 4 of these creatures immediately just swoon on their feet and then collapse to the ground, slumbering fitfully in pools of their allies' blood.
All right, and then after that, Gamma will quietly walk over and just...
Combat's over. Combat's over. I mean, you guys, you have them at your mercy.
I hugged
Unless
Boy
combat
Arthur!
starts.
Yay, you killed something.
Oh, and yeah, just execute, just slit their throats.
I crush all their skulls.
All right.
No.
So with very
They're
very
harmless.
short order.
No. They're harmless.
It's up to y'all. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that was
do.
easy after they killed the
Oh, guys,
hobgoblin.
this is gonna
Like I was
fucking
saying
go
earlier,
all
I didn't want to
Yeah,
like...
I was Jinxie looks
All right.
on in horrors. Everybody else just slays the helpless goblins.
I was literally just about to say Jixie looks on in horror while Ashara Gyra what's your look at this is goblins in front of him.
But I didn't want
Or
to
Jixie can
microgame or whatever it was
get over
called.
the
Whatever
wall
it's called.
practically.
Because my character went down that.
Despite the grievous wounds that they dealt you, Jinxie, you're a very compassionate person by nature, and you can't help but feel that a creature at your mercy should be treated well, as you see these creatures just torn to pieces. So, you have slain these goblins to a man, and done so, in fact, very quietly, and without too much alarm being raised. There are 3 exits to this room. There's one to the north. There's one on the far side of the wall to the east, and there's one to the south to the east. All 3 are wooden doors. However, the one to the south and to the east is locked. It's the iron lock.
It's locked.
Yes, this one right here has a small lock on it.
I'm gonna start hitting it with my hammer. Actually,
Oh.
wait, no. Actually, no, I'm not going to.
Too late. You already said it. Roll me a strength check.
Oh wait, that's a save. My bad.
That's fine. You don't have proficiency in strength, so it would have been the same thing either way.
Hmm.
So with practiced ease, you heft your warhammer overhand and just clank, smash the lock off. As you're doing so, Gyrith, kneeling down and kind of rummaging through the bodies of the goblins that he's slain, finds a small key. Just as he's like, "Hey guys, I found it." Oh, Frid just knocks the lock off of the door, and it swings open a couple inches. Very kind of sickly smell from within, and you can hear a couple small voices just moaning.
Okay, well, I guess Gareth will open up.
Close that
his
door. Don't go in there.
inside and, head in.
I'm gonna kick it open.
All right,
What
so
you
Frid,
doing
kick
in
the
here?
door, and
Oh, wait.
within,
Both of
One
you kicked
sec.
the door open. Gee.
one sec. Okay, so Gyrith, you're basically in a pantry, and we
Oh.
can get to that in a second. But it's basically a larder. Like, not much more to be said about that. Frid, on the other hand, there's some interesting stuff in the room you're in. It is a squalorous, low-ceilinged room, and there's a large iron spike that's been driven into the floor near the door, and a small iron cage is set further back. You can hear the sounds of just wailing, moaning from within. You can see several sets of corroded manacles that are connected to the walls, and some still bind a few crumbling skeletons, but of note are the 3 kobolds that are tied within onto iron spikes and just states of semi-consciousness. And
I'm gonna close the door and turn around and tell everybody what I saw.
the moment, let me finish my narration, the moment that Meepo sees this happening, as like the moment that you open the door and he sees over your shoulder that there are kobolds within, he immediately rushes within to start rendering aid to them. And beyond the kobolds within the room, you can see what appears to be a very wounded, maybe unconscious, gnome or halflings, a very small race of some kind, in this very cramped cage that's too small even for him.
Gamble will go ahead and work his way in and more or less assess them overall, but just giving him a once-over with his eyes. Do they seem healthy enough to move on their own or like transport themselves?
The kobolds look a little bit malnourished, and Meepo is conversing with them in hurried Draconic as he very uselessly pulls at their shackles. It looks like they could probably walk if necessary. It doesn't look like they could fight very effectively.
Meatball, do you still have that key to this door?
It was
Go ahead.
Gyrith that had the key.
Oh, Gareth had it?
I use my warhammer on the shackles.
Roll strength. You are not strong enough to break these shackles with your warhammer. Gyrith had the key, though, if you want to ask him for it.
Alright, Gamble will work his way out and try to find Gyrith wherever he is.
So Gyrith is just slightly to the north, inside of what appears to be a larder that is just filled with all kinds of really rotten goblin food. Rat meat, insect parts. There's a barrel of what says elf blue on the outside in common that you don't even want to know what's inside.
Blue or blue?
Oh god.
Blue with the G.
Weird.
Gyrith, would you toss me that key from earlier?
Don't do it. They're going to kill him. Don't give him the key.
Let me go take a look, see what's up. And Gareth will go ahead and follow with Gamel back over to the cage.
Okay, so if you go near the cage, then what you notice as you near the cage, which is what the gnome was in, is a very unexpected sight. You see what everyone else saw initially, which is a small, dilapidated, beaten, bedraggled gnome. It looks like he's not just malnourished. It looks like he's been beaten, abused. It looks like his travails have been extensive. He's in much worse shape than the kobolds are. He's got a couple of bandages, one in particular that looks just hideous, wrapped around his right forearm. Blood, filth all over it. And he's extremely bleary-eyed, just kind of crumpled into the back of the cage as you all approach. But the strangest thing, Gareth, as you approach, there's a flash of recognition You know this man. In fact, you've ridden with this man. And as you begin to open your mouth, perhaps, to say something about it, the gnome opens his eyes very blearily and surveys you all and says, are you the help? Oh, God. Oh, God. You're not goblins.
Here,
Uh,
take this healing potion.
I did a
He
medicine
hands it
thing on
over
him.
to the,
Gareth is the one who recognized him. I take it it's not the gnome I'm looking for.
You've never seen the gnome you're looking for. However, this is a forest gnome in front of you.
Wait. I forgot what kind. I have to go back.
The gnome you're looking for is also a forest gnome.
I asked this guy his name.
Erky!
Who
Is it
on earth
Erky?
are you doing down here?
Some people know me by that name, but my real name is, well, they'll tell you, it's Drandel. And the moment he says the name Drandel, and he looks at you, Gareth, with just a slight twinge of uncertainty as he says the name. And immediately all comes back to you. This was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It was still when you were relatively new with the sword teeth. You had been tasked, your entire unit, with escorting a caravan from Waterdeep, Neverwinter, full of expensive trade goods. And one night, when the moon was very dim, you were set upon by a raiding party of gnolls. And savagely, you and Drandel saw as one of your compatriots, your comrades in arms, was devoured messily in front of you by the terrible jaws of one of these creatures. And when it turned to face both of you, Drandel fled deep into the hills, and that was the last time that you saw him. Prior to being a deserter, he was something of a sawbones in your unit. He was a little bit useless in that regard, but he was the most competent when it came to having people patched up. You know, a couple of minor healing spells, but the last you saw him, he was a traitor. He was a runaway. He was a deserter.
Gyrith actually retracts his potion. He puts it back into his bag. Takes his greatsword, draws it from his sheath.
Wait, hold on.
No, I
and
stopped him.
Stabs it straight in.
No.
Oh, I stopped him.
So
I wanna stop him.
five people saw what you're doing. If they choose to stop you and restrain you, it will be very easy for them to do so.
I want to stop him.
Yeah, I
For
want
the
to
moment,
stop him because I think
you are not
this
able to
is
execute
jerky.
this man, as the entire party is currently objecting to your actions. But you have your hand on your greatsword, preparing to draw it as you look daggers at this man.
Like Ashara will like get in the way and stuff because she still wanted to ask him stuff.
But he is
traitor. You left my whole team to die.
You saw what they did to him? Jesus, Gareth, it was years ago. Get a life.
I still have memories of that. You fucking left them all to die. Left me to die.
Or what? You gonna do the same thing now? That's right. You were always on about your honor, your soldier's honor, weren't you? You're no better than the rest of us.
Soldier's honor. Don't give me that bullshit. Like you have any ground to talk about that.
Like I ever claimed any. But I wouldn't leave a man to starve to death in a cage like this. And he looks pleadingly at you, Jinx. He says, he doesn't speak for you, does he? You wouldn't leave me to die in here.
Oh, I'm not leaving you to die. That's why I'm trying to kill you.
Ashara is like.
I'm gonna make the ground trimmer for a minute and then
I don't know what.
yell, "That's enough!" and become
So you
between
hear
Gareth,
that profound voice, that
Gareth
great
and the
shaking. The gods
dwarf.
themselves intervene.
And I'm going to come between the two and kind of use my body to kind of push Gareth back. I can cast that spell as much as I want, right?
Yeah, that's a cantrip. Yeah, you're able to interpose yourself narrowly between Gareth and the gnome.
Yeah, he just
Weren't
kind
we
of looks
supposed
like
to save
he's
this gnome?
staring past at this point.
We were supposed to
You
save this
know-
home, right?
Fucking
This gnome
furious.
might be from my personal quest, and apparently Gyra knows something about this gnome too.
Don't you dare hurt Eki. His name is Eki, right?
Before Gyrith, he introduced himself as Urki. He says,
Oh,
"Yeah,
Urki.
you know, well, some people know me by
That's
that
even
name."
better. That's even better.
His name is Drandil, and he left my company to die way back when I was worth the sword teeth.
I asked him, I'm like, Urki, where the fuck is the necklace? I swear to God, I'm gonna let this guy kill you if you
The
don't tell me
moment,
what the necklace is.
the moment that he says necklace, he blanches even whiter than he had been in the first place, and you see him just instinctively clutch that bandage, that filthy bandage that is on his arm, and he looks at you and says, what necklace? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have anything like that.
Oh, of
Goblins
course, you'd
took it from me.
fucking swindle other people too, you fucking rotten bastard!
He's lying.
Gamble will go ahead and speak up in this situation.
So with Frid, you can tell that he is lying. He knows something about the necklace. But Gamble, you speak up.
Alright, I've seen enough. I would like to provide my input. I don't believe we should go ahead and execute this gnome here.
I agree.
However, seeing it through the conversation I've heard so far, it seems as though we don't want to let him out of his cage either.
His name is too cute.
For the time being, let's go ahead and focus on the kobolds. Help them out. It seems more important than dealing with a coward and a liar.
So with the key in the room, if Gyroth's willing to surrender the key to Gamble.
He'll hand it over to. Actually, he'll hand it over to Ashara for now.
Fair.
So Gamble, if you want to open these shackles, you are welcome to attempt to do so with a sleight of hand.
Is the cage that he's in? Can I carry it?
Yeah, you think you could carry that pretty easily. It looks like it's maybe 60, 70 pounds. You certainly couldn't carry it and fight, but you could carry it in two hands.
I said we take it back to the kobolds and just leave him there with the kobolds for a while.
That sounds fucking hilarious. Let's.
God damn it, not the kobolds again! They sold me here 2 weeks ago!
Oh, what a damn shame. Guess you want to die then, huh? No? Then stop fucking
You-
whining about it.
He looks you straight in the eye with just vicious hatred, and he says, "There's a hell waiting for you. You know it. I know it.
I'll be
There's
dragging
nothing in
you
the
down
afterlife.
with me.
There's
you
nothing in
fuck.
the afterlife for you. There's nothing
So,
left in this world.
is
for you.
Urki, like,
Just go
half
throw
dead?
yourself on your sword, you dead man." Yeah, he's beat the shit. I mean, he doesn't care anymore. He's been trapped within the bowels of this place for weeks. He's filthy. He's malnourished. He's barely clinging to any semblance of health or sanity.
By the way, I used a medicine check earlier to try and like help him out with his like bandages and stuff.
Does it?
clean or whatever.
Okay. So if you wanted to help with his bandages, you'd have to let him out of the cage.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Alright, well, in the meantime,
take
Gareth
off his
is.
bandages and see if he's hiding the necklace in there, because it's around here somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm
we
sure
should.
he knows it.
We need to search him. He kind of showed some signs that he might have the necklace.
Okay, so Ashar has the key. Are you opening the cage?
Well, I don't think he can run past us, or he's welcome to fucking try, I guess. Sure, I'll let him out so that Frid can, medicine.
So he clambers out with several sideways looks at Gyrith, and it's very slow as he like unfolds his limbs, and you can tell that this is probably like the first time he's straightened out in a long time, and he has this kind of like stoop underneath him, just stoop to his neck, and he just looks pained. Every one of his movements looks pained.
Alright, I'm gonna start redressing his bandages.
He's very hesitant to let you mess with the bandage on his forearm. He's like, I'm fine, leave me alone.
I say shut up and I slap him. and then I start undressing his bandages.
As you remove the bandage on his forearm, immediately you notice that there's a long healed wound that has left a little bit of scarring. But in addition, there is the telltale tattoo of the Zentarum, the flying dragon, long across his wrist. He gives the fearful look to Ashara as it's revealed.
I pick him up by his forearm and I show everybody.
Well, Ashara's not like surprised. Obviously he's a Zent.
Wait,
Ashara
isn't...
is like, yeah. By the way, guys, he's not exactly my friend as such. He's kind of like the guy that I was kind of sent to, after I find that fucking necklace.
You notice that Arthur has cocked the crossbow, and he says, "Right, one in the head then, miss."
No, like I said, I'm really concerned about that necklace. We gotta, get that.
Look,
I'll go to Gareth. Gareth, I'm going to check his forearms.
As for me, I don't think I recognize this symbol, do I?
everybody who travels in Faerun would recognize the symbol of the Zentarum, to be honest.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It's like this
So it's
sounds
like-
this sounds fucked up, but it's like you know to associate like a burning cross with the KKK. You know, it's a bad symbol. It's like the dark mark. It's like the Death Eater mark. You know what I mean? It's the mafia's thing. You know to
So
stay
it's
away
like they
from.
took off this bandage and like he spat in my. It's like I saw it and it's like he spat in my face just now.
He didn't spit in your face, but it's more along the lines of just, he's a thug, he's a rogue, he is part of the mafia.
I see.
So it's also useful to note that there are actually two factions of the Zentarum. One of which serves Manshun, who is the ancient wizard who founded the Zentarum, and he is an evil fucking man. He is a very evil man that will kill, murder, and maim to get what he needs. However, he disappeared several years ago, and in his absence, another faction of the Zentarum rose, and they are much more interested in political gain and becoming a sort of legitimate body of political power within Faerun. Think like Japanese mafia versus Italian mafia. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Think Japanese mafia versus Russian mafia, right? Like Russian mafia is like the Manchun-led faction, and then Japanese mafia is like the other faction of the Zentarum.
Fred is gonna
Dude, those
punch.
Russian mafia tattoos are rad as fuck. Really awesome.
Fred is gonna punch Erky in the thigh really hard, like Charlie Horson.
All right, he just.
Jesus, dude.
After these revelations, Gamel will ponder for a
Yes.
moment and then speak up.
We made our characters. We all have
see.
secrets in our backgrounds that
It
we don't
seems
know
our best
yet.
course of action is to not let this gnome out of sight. If any of his connections are valid in any way, there'll be repercussions to people even knowing we interact with this craven.
Here, I'll show you mine. One.
It's best we find the necklace that Ashara is after and decide what to do with him after.
Right, so back in the cage with you.
So you didn't make the connection, Ashara, until just now, because you hadn't really suspected to find this creature here. But it occurs to you now that Yuzdrael was playing with the jade pendant, much like the description of the one that you were sent to find the entire time that she was talking with you.
Dun dun dun.
Did we have a check when we first spoke to her and like we just went over our heads, or?
Yeah, we never checked it. I was thinking about checking it, but we never did.
Yeah, I mentioned it like 4 times too, and no one asked anything.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about asking about it, but I was like, eh.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
Well,
even
the
when
rest
y'all
of you
left, I was
guys-
like, she's examining it and gives you a cursory look as you're leaving. Like,
I mean, as Ashara never told you guys that she was looking for a necklace before, right now. So y'all didn't really know that was important.
Yeah, I thought it was just a cool necklace.
I thought it was just a symbol of like a nobility. I was just like,
I mean, I figured she
Yeah.
was going to monologue about it at some point. But
Yeah.
beautiful. On that
Funny
note,
that everybody else thought
So
the
all of
necklace
us
was
have,
important, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever, I thought that she always had that,
Well, on that note, with the party having slain several goblins, many a rat, traversed many
Almost a
spiky
no.
pits,
Hold on a minute. He's
And
about to
almost
close it up.
no.
I'll tell you.
surrounding a very beleaguered-looking gnome who's seen far better days, several very thankful-looking kobolds who look at Meepo as though he's maybe 2 or 3 feet taller now. We will call it on that note until next week. Because
Wait, before we end it, Fred is gonna slap Erky one more time and say, "I thought you were better than this," and then shake my head and turn away.
you see the hand just arc into the air, and you hear that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure background music start playing, and you see the two continued just right as the hand comes to intersect Erky.
Yes.
Very good, everyone. I will send XP out to everyone. I already sent the I'm sorry, it's called a handout. I already sent the handout for the night caller to John. So yeah, divide your party gold amongst yourselves, and I will let you guys know about XP. You should be getting to level 3 pretty soon here.
Okay, let's see. 68 plus 7. That equals to 75 gold. How many party merges do we have again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5?
Yep.
5.
Yep, 5.
All right. So then that divides by 5, and we have 15 gold each. I'll go ahead
15?
and 15 gold each, yeah.
Cha-ching.
Nice. I have 25 gold now.
So then we get to silver over
You
here.
had 25 gold. Pickpockets. How do I pickpocket?
Wait, did you say just 8? I didn't hear how much you said you started with.
Oh, it was 75 gold, and we got split 15 gold each.
Oh, because we got a lot more gold than that. I have there's the 68, there's 3 gems worth 25, there's 17.
Oh, I'm not including the
Um,
gems. I'm going one by one. We have silver
yeah.
as well, and I'm gonna get to that.
There's
Yeah.
also
Okay,
the
wait, he's
paradox.
setting that up. So this is my
Can we just put it all together and then do the math? Because I'm not good at math.
So I want to go one by one so we actually know what type of wealth we have, because I don't want to just have it floating like it's this gold, but like we
Alright,
technically
well,
have like
I-
an X amount of
I
silver.
actually need to
So
pop
this is
off
my
because
part of
I'm,
my
like,
background.
fucking starving at this point, so I'll see you
And
guys later.
Okay.
somewhere
Let me
in the
lay
storyline is
this
going
at
to be
least.
where I have to
63
deal
silver
something
each,
with.
and then we can split the
I
rest.
don't know. It's going to be whether I
Alright.
find my parents or I
Um,
find out what to
one
do with
silver
what's inside the
remainder,
stuffed animal. I'm
so
not for
like that.
sure, but yes,
just
everyone
give that to
has
Meebo.
their own thing that's hooked them into the
Do we actually want to
adventure,
do that before we leave? Okay.
and
we'll give one
it kind of
silver
is going to
to
unfold in
Meepo.
role play.
Is it Meebo or Meepo?
So each
With a
person, I
P,
guess, is going to
Meepo.
have a chance to do their
Meepo.
thing.
I'm gonna just call it Meebo.
It looks like, silver
Yeah.
is a lot to a kobold.
I can turn the music
Because
on.
they're like, here, you've earned your part.
Yeah, Meebo definitely earned it. He actually killed a skeleton.
So yeah, so somewhere on the line,
Oh yeah, when he beat that skeleton in the head, that was great.
something's going to happen,
That was a lot of damage.
and I'm going to have to
I wonder what
run or
he'd do
something
if we
because the
promised, like,
kobolds are
one
after
silver
me,
per life or something
and that's
like
why whenever I don't get close to the kobold
He'll
tokens,
probably end up dying at some point. He's
and
like,
Yeah, it's
I
not.
don't want them to
that's not a
grab
good
me or
idea.
recognize who I am.
Give Arthur an allowance, that would be cool.
wait, Arthur.
Arthur just like, you're better than my real parents. I've never gotten this much silver before.
I mean, he doesn't seem very broken up about his parents. I mean, maybe he cries himself to sleep at night, but
I mean,
he seems to really
Yeah, the
Star.
DM running that is.
Mom was a nice enough
Yeah, it's going to be very
lady, but
interesting. He
all
is
my dad did was drink and hit us,
very big
so-
into role playing, and so this is going to have
That
some
makes
very
sense.
heavy
Alright,
role playing
well, good
elements
night,
to
guys.
it
All right.
Alright,
then
good night.
versus hack and
Good
slash.
night.
Yeah.
Hope you guys
Good
had a
night.
good session. Fun for me.
Yes.
I'm off to because I'm tired.
Yeah, dude, you soldiered through.
Yeah, man. It was a
Alright,
struggle,
okay.
but I did it.
I'll let you guys know about XP. Keep track of all that. You should be hitting 3 soon. And I'll see you
Okay.
next Wednesday, 6 o'clock.
Cool.
All right, sounds
good night,
good.
everyone.
Peace, y'all.
So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think how it unfolds and stuff, and I did not know that Gareth and Ashara had the same tied-in line of looking for this Urki gnome, so that was very shocking to me. And so I guess Ashara, Gareth, and the boy Arthur were all looking for the same person, didn't realize it. So it got pretty intense. I was like, oh crap. And one of my strong points of my character is, well, I don't know if you would call it a strong point. What's it called? Personality traits is I feel tremendous empathy for all who suffer. So I hate seeing people suffer. Yes, I'm very excited to see how he has this all. He's probably going to have us all against each other by the end of it. But yeah, I got to head to bed. I have a big day tomorrow, and I will talk to you later. Tomorrow night, I will not be streaming. The Curse of Strahd campaign ended last week. So I will be back on probably on Tuesday, and I'll be DMing Adventures League on Tuesday night. Unless I get on sooner, but oh well, I'm rambling now. Have a good night.